Alright. Tonight, or rather today, time sure did pass fast, I have to say. Not too long ago, basically made sort of a response video to an individual who happened to post 9 comments on my channel about a particular subject, basically a subject regarding passport bros. In all of my videos I talk about culture in general, oftentimes very specific things, truth be told. What transpired in the comment sections was quite strange, I have to say. Not too long ago I created a response to this person, and then I thought, actually, I might as well delete that response and just make this live. Because basically, I have already posted a response to him in the comment section, but this man left 9 comments. Alright? So this man, I suppose he is a man. I do not know if he is a boy or a teenager or whatsoever. I have no idea. But I have to say that he left 9 comments, you know, walls and walls of text. So frankly, I had done a nearly 2-hour video in which I responded to him. So this live is going to be me sort of taking my time and really just trying to process what has happened. This particular live stream is not necessarily for anyone's particular clarification as much as it is for my own sort of, how should I say, mental well-being in a sense, to be entirely honest. I am still somewhat confused about everything that has occurred, and viewers, please feel free to use that live chat. Basically I have it set up so I can always see it. I'm very new to live streaming. Anyhow, yes, he left 9 comments. This particular video was about passport bros, and basically my point was, and anyone who has watched my video knows that in my videos I mention all types of cultural things. And to be honest, this conversation spanned like how many videos? About 2 videos. And for the most part, at least 2 hours of talking on both videos. Alright, so I might as well just do... Excuse me. I might as well just do something like a story time, so to speak. Basically, there's some racist woman on Twitter named Diane Yap. She basically said, well, in a sense, she sort of tried to pretend she didn't say that black babies should be aborted, but she basically did. And so I basically responded to her in a big video, and as I usually do in my videos, I address a lot of things at once, which I do know can work to my disadvantage because people can get the wrong idea. Oftentimes, they do. They see that you've created a video in which, you know, you were talking about more than one topic. Oftentimes they get confused, or they find one thing that they really disagree with, or they simply do not understand your opinion all that well. And so this was the situation I was in. Basically, for whatever reason, in the process of basically me talking in this video, I happened to mention a particular thing about passport bros sort of having a a particular favoritism towards Asian women, which frankly I did not think was all that controversial to say, but he basically said, why did you say something about passport bros? Why did you mention them? So I very simply said, well, I'm just speaking from my own experiences. Very humbly, I just basically said, I'm just speaking from my own experiences, my own observations. So later on, I kept thinking about this particular thing that this user said, and I thought, he does raise a good point. Maybe I should explain my beliefs upon the subject of this bias that some particular passport bros have to Asian women. Now, I often, and I know that I am very specific when I say things like that, oftentimes. In nearly every case, I am very clear about saying I am speaking from my own experience, and I really did say that in the video. As far as I remember, I have said that several times. Basically, my perception is based on what I see in particular communities online. When I see particular people on YouTube in the comment sections saying that they just sort of have a preference for Asian women, and a lot of these men, I mean, they are of all races, but there are a lot of black men in the passport bro community, and those are the people who I engaged with. So I just said something in passing, and I said that, well, some particular black men, they just have a preference for Asian women. I did not think it was that controversial, because as far as I'm concerned, many of us already know it is true. One person took offense to this, and I said that some of these people who were involved in the passport bro community, some of them have a bias against, what we may call black women. Which, as I said, it seems pretty obvious to me. It's not something necessarily confusing. I forgot that this is up all the way. The volume is literally up all the way. If that affected your viewing experience or your listening experience, I apologize. I did not recognize that volume was up all the way. So I've cut it down a little. I still have it playing in the background, however. But yes, basically, this particular individual was very interested in why I mentioned passport bro, so I felt the need to make a video for him. So in this video, just like usual, I had a lot of commentary, a lot of different types of commentary regarding all manner of subjects. Now you have to remember that this is a commentary channel, and in this particular commentary channel that you are watching now, and some of you who are subscribers or viewers to it, you already know that I happen to engage in a good deal. I mean, I know about a wide range of subjects, and I talk about a wide range of subjects. And because of that, I don't know, it sort of invites criticism when you are having more nuanced discussions, because a lot of people, sad to say, I think they cannot really process nuance. Alright? To be frank. Now the video in which I had basically made as a response video to this individual who wanted to know why I had mentioned passport bros, which I basically had sort of explained to him in the comment that I responded to him with. The context was very clear. If you watch the video, you can understand what I am saying. But what ended up happening was, essentially, the video I made was very detailed. It had to do with not only passport bros, their preferences, but it had to do with individuals like particular Filipina women who happen to have a lot to say about black women, their hair and their physical characteristics, and they sort of think it is justified for them to insult the physical appearance of black women on TikTok because black women are basically saying that that Filipinos are poor. And you see, those are two different insults. You know, when a person is sort of saying, well, a lot of these Filipinas, they're poor and they're trying to get rich American men. And the insults are sort of like that, oh, he's your sugar daddy, that type of thing. Alright? This is relatively, as far as insults go, you can say a lot about that. Sure, it is insulting. But when you start to insult, oh, black woman, why, their hair, oh, you don't have real hair, most of you are wearing weaves. I heard a lot of that on TikTok from Filipino women. Alright? A lot of Filipinas were saying things like that. I saw it. And frankly, and I may just look it up now, after all. It's not as though I'm really particularly busy. So, I suppose I can do that. I might as well show you a video in which this particular TikToker had sort of recorded some of what a particular TikToker named Panay Tigress, a Filipina woman, happened to be saying. Which, you know, I mean, there was fighting on both sides, but I noticed that among a lot of the Filipinas, it wasn't a matter of just simply sort of responding with, hey, we have money, we're not poor. A lot of them would say, and you could tell, they started to literally talk about black women's hair, and that was a big thing. Most black women are wearing weaves, and I've seen the same thing with people like Kevin Samuels and other people such as that. Okay. And you know, it was a big thing to sort of say that, well, you know, black women, you know, they're just, I mean, that thing about hair, some of you may not understand, but, and truth be told, I don't know why I have so many problems using TikTok. I really don't like to move this particular, oh goodness. If I bring it up, okay. Yeah, there we go. So this is how I move it around. Okay. But for some reason, I don't particularly like to, okay, this is her other account, I suppose. I suppose she has two accounts. Okay, I am subscribed to two accounts now. Alright. A lot of people on TikTok seem to get banned for some reason, which I suppose is, I don't know, maybe that's just her spare account, who knows. But honestly, I could show her video, but I guess for now, I just won't do it. Honestly. No, I suppose I'll just talk about things, really. Let me see. I don't know why I'm having so many problems with keeping my chat box up. That wasn't happening before. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can sort of get this on the screen. Okay. Alright. I like to do that see-through window because basically that helps me basically see the whole screen. It still is not working. I have no real understanding as to why. Alright. Interesting. And now my see-through window is gone. Okay. Alright, let me try this again. Alright, that worked. Now I have it. But I might as well just not even play a video. I kind of got a bit tired of sort of going through a lot of these sources, trying to prove something to people who probably do not want to really understand what I'm talking about. Because I will be honest, I think I could have all types of videos of some of these Filipino women basically talking about black women's hair. And frankly, there are particular black people, black men, they don't care. They think, oh, they said that Filipino women are poor and that they're trying to go with black men and other passport bros basically to get money, to get that bag, which, truth be told, I thought that was true in regard to most women, as it is. Alright, I thought that was obvious. I thought most men, and even most women sort of know and understand that most women, they sort of expect a certain standard of living, and they want a man who has money. So obviously, poor Filipino women, they want maybe some passport bros who have more money than the average Filipino. Alright? But to me, that is obvious. Why is that still controversial to say? Why is it so that some women who say it, that these women in a third world country really do benefit from sort of getting involved with a passport bro, so to speak, because that is what we call these people, essentially travelers, for the most part. Alright, how is this controversial? I still do not understand. And then you have to convince certain people that, frankly, some of these Filipinas are literally talking about the appearance of black women. Alright, I've seen some, I mean, they're talking about their weight, they're talking about their hair. I have not seen any brave enough yet to talk about their skin, but if you do some research, you already can find out so much information about how Filipinas and Thai and Malaysians and Koreans and Japanese skin whiten. But in particular, it is the Filipino woman who sort of got into a whole battle on TikTok. And basically, my third video response was me basically trying to, or rather my second video response to this man who left 9 comments in my comment forum, all about the same subject, passport bros. Because apparently he was just so agitated about the fact that I even mentioned them, and that was literally the comment. The first comment I received, forsooth, was this comment saying, "Why did you mention passport bros?" Now, it was not written in such good grammar because basically, I do not know, it was written pretty badly. It's why you mention passport bros or something such as that, but I should stop talking about his bad grammar because that really is not the point. However, I have to say that insooth, I mean, it was quite weird to really take the time to process those 9 comments, because they were every bit, it was almost as though in all of those 9 comments, I received all manner of red pill, of 𝐩𝐞𝐫, of passport bro rhetoric. All of the things they say in the passport bro videos, red pill videos, 𝐩𝐞𝐫 videos, all of the popular cultural things about, oh, modern woman, black women are like this, and Americanized women are like this, and all the women here in America basically are feminists. this person was so unhinged. This person went on to say that I supported the matriarchy, which makes no sense at all. This is like some all-female form of government. A lot of people on the internet now, they are really invested in this gender war stuff. I have to say, I am not invested in the gender war at all. To me, that is one of the dumbest things to get involved with. Alright, occasionally I do talk about cultural things, such as complexion-based bigotry, and justice, and fairness, and equity, and things such as that, but I have no time to talk about and worry about, oh, women are feminists. The women here are Americanized, they're modernized. How stupid. That is true regarding just about every single people group in the world now. Who is not modern in this day and age? And this idea, oh, Filipinas and Brazilian women and all of these other women that a lot of these people talk about. They say, oh, they're more feminine. They're not. They're more traditional. Really? Really? Brazilians and Thai and Filipinas are more traditional? And so, this video had to do with all manner of subjects. It also was so profound that I happened to talk about the indigenous people of the Philippines and Thailand, which most people do not know about. These indigenous people are often of brown complexion. They look just like what we would call black people here in the United States. And many other countries like Africa, well, many countries in Africa, they are basically dark people. I mean, there are lighter skinned people. They are all shades of brown, quite literally. It is amazing. So I related that to Passport Bros, and I sort of asked a question. I said, well, it is interesting that that a lot of these Filipinas are interested in black American men, but in their culture, in their society, dark skin and brown skin is not something desired. That is true in Southeast Asia. That is true in East Asia. You know, in regard to how their culture treats people of darker skin in the Philippines, native Filipinos, a dark-skinned person who is native to the Philippines, aboriginal to the Philippines, the first people there who were black, so to speak, and are still living there, the Ata tribe, the indigenous people of the Philippines. These people are dark. They are darker than the Pinoy or Pinay, is what you call a Filipina or a Filipino. So what they call, a dark aboriginal person is a negrito or a negrita. And I think that means little black, or basically the same thing as negro. And it is basically an insult. To be honest, but black is always an insult in the mouth of a white man, or, you know, not necessarily, but the idea is that black, for the most part, being called black is insulting. So these black people in the Philippines are known as negritas and negritos. And for example, Niger, you know what the hard G sounds like. That too means black, except that word is in Latin. Now, many of us already know that black is not a race. Black is not any type of sort of substantive kind of people group at all. Black is a social status. No one is born black. No one has black skin. Black is a social status for people with darker complexions in a society. Black can be anything from light brown to dark brown. We already know this, but I have to continually say it because many people start to think, well, there is such a thing as a black and white person. And that is lunacy. That is when people have departed from reason. There is no such thing as a black or white person that any of us have seen. There's a person of a black social status and a white social status, because black and white are not complexions. Complexions are colors of skin. So the idea is that certain people with certain blood or a certain hue of skin are considered to be black. And basically all over the world you have the same type of complexion based, how should it be said, statuses, in other words. And so in the Philippines it is very much the same. The darker people are not treated well. And so I simply asked the question. It is interesting that a lot of these Panay women, that is to say Filipinas, they are quite interested in now black passport bros who happen to have a good deal of money. But when you research the history of the Philippines, the Negritos were not respected. They were having their land taken away, and they still are today. The Filipino military is literally taking land, actively taking land away from black people in the Philippines, what we call Negritos. They are actively taking away land from Negritos and Negritas. This is not a lie. These people live the same way they lived ever since they have been on an island. In tribes, they have an ancient culture. These are ancient black people, much like the Aboriginal Australians. The lighter-skinned Panay and Pinoy, they are indeed colonizers. They are colonial people. These lighter-skinned Filipinos and Filipinas, they are not aboriginal to the land. They simply are not. So one of the questions I asked in that particular video was, well, if this is how they treat those aboriginal black people, why is it so that they really are sort of accepting relationships with black American men? And it was a simple question. Did I answer the question? Not necessarily. All I did was provide information, because at the time I considered it to not be my job to answer that question. You perhaps have seen that video, and maybe you are thinking, what was I thinking? Why did I do this? And go to all of these different subjects and basically connect them to the subject of passport bros. Because all of this is relevant. You are going to the country, you are going to the Philippines and Thailand, and I mentioned those countries in particular, but I could also mention Malaysia too, though I think most people are not going to Malaysia to basically court women. Now, if you were to hear some of the passport bros talk, this is completely a matter of just respectable courtship. This has nothing to do with sex tourism at all, which I will not say anything more about that. You can come to your own conclusions about how true that is. Some people talk like that. Do I talk like that? No, not everyone talks like that. Some people are very frank about it. Some people are very frank about the fact that they just want to go to a lot of these Asian countries with a good deal of dollars and sort of have a good time, which there's nothing wrong about that. Certainly not everyone is going there to, how should it be said, to basically engage in some type of really legitimate relationship. This has just been proven. A lot of the countries that I mentioned, whether it be Brazil, Thailand, or the Philippines, all of these countries have a very, very strong history, a very big history of sex tourism. In that, out of all the countries to go to, for sex tourism, most people go to those countries. I'm not lying about that. These are just recorded. This is just what, news articles say, and statistics say. I cannot help it if it offends anyone. I am just, do not kill the messenger. Because basically, I had two people, basically, who had a problem with that video. And I have to say that, you know, when I think back on it, I just think it was just maybe too much truth. Especially for some particular, you know, especially black people, especially black Americans who support the passport bros, or, you know, similar movements. Because I have realized that if I talk about the passport bros, I have people like this person who come into the comment section and they basically are saying, oh, well, you know, the manosphere is good and the red pill is good and 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨. And he basically brought all of these little weird philosophies that most of these men follow today that has been influencing the young men. Many of which will not go to their Bibles. They will not go to old works and books about history. They are not studying philosophy. Instead, what do they do? Who did they learn from? People like Andrew Tate. People like Kevin Samuels. Alright, the person who was talking about high value man, which is completely carnal and nothing spiritual. Alright? High value woman and all of this stuff. And people talk about him like he was a saint. Because basically, that whole movement, and I will give you my personal opinion, that whole sort of passport bro manosphere movement, but not necessarily passport bro in general, because some of those people just want to have fun. They don't sort of make this into some type of weird, like almost creepy philosophy, where, oh, Americanized modern women, they are bad. I have to get a traditional woman. They're all bringing up that story about the cheesecake factory, but there are women like that all over the world. There are women who honestly are just some, you know, they act like princesses. You can find some humble women, but some women are just not humble. I am sorry. It is just the truth. And in many of these other countries, no one can tell me that these people are going to upper class neighborhoods, which is what this person in the comment section tried to do. Alright, I may read his comments during the stream, but I will be honest, this man left 9 comments. This person, who I assume to be a man, left at least 9 comments. Alright, 9 long comments of just absolutely, I really don't know what to call it, honestly. It was just, oh my goodness. And so at first I made a response to these 9 comments, and I said I really do not even want to type out something for each of these 9 comments. And so, you know, this is my second time trying to respond to him in video form, because it's hard to process why a person would get so I don't know what to call it. I don't know what to call it. I really don't. It's almost like his mindset, his sort of ideology has been challenged so much that it is almost as though you can sort of see that this person is really, really upset about what was in this video. And I'm thinking, I mean, basically, it is just me being me, basically, answering the same types of questions I usually ask. Alright? You know, questions like, you know, let us look at the Asian sort of racial dynamic. Why do they like to skin bleach so much? They're using so many skin bleaching cosmetics. And I've talked about the skin bleaching injection that is very popular in Asia now. I've talked about the skin whitening cosmetics. I've talked about the skin whitening products. Viewers, if you are not aware, this is something I talk about often on this channel. This is an anti-skin whitening channel because, you know, skin whitening itself is basically one of the most conducive things to anti-black bigotry. And one of the reasons why it is because Basically, this is almost is in a sense, it divides people from light to dark in their own country. If you really do not understand that, all you need to do is take, for an example, Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Which it has been like that for a long time. In Haiti and the Dominican Republic, basically these people groups are almost just as dark. However, for whatever reason, in the Dominican Republic, there are a lot of people who are lighter, and for whatever reason they think they are better than the darker skinned Haitians. And so a lot of people in the Dominican Republic and in Haiti and all throughout the Caribbean, they use skin whitening products. They use something called cake soap. Alright? So, that is just one of the subjects that I am going to talk about often on the channel. I will never stop talking about it. As long as people are skin whitening, I will keep talking about it. It is one of the dumbest things I have ever really learned about. Insooth. There are not many things more dumb that I can think of than skin whitening. What is the benefit? You make your skin lighter. It becomes thinner. It becomes more susceptible to cancer, sunburn, and sun poisoning. Many of you have never heard about sun poisoning. There is such a thing as sun poisoning. Do you know that you can get poisoned by the sun? But anyhow, it is sort of an intense stage of sunburn. No doubt. You can search that up yourself if you want. It is very interesting. I did not know that it would be considered a certain type of poisoning to literally be exposed to the sun to such a degree that you could literally become poisoned by it. It could, I have no idea. I had no idea that could happen. I knew about sunburn. I had no idea about sun poisoning. So that darkness in the skin is really a blessing. And you have darker people who literally want to make themselves lighter. Alright? These people, I tell you, that is some crazy, crazy nonsense. It really is. So I often talk about that on the channel. And so, as I went through that, and every time I talk about it, a lot of, especially, and I have to say this again, this is my opinion, this is what I've seen, there are a lot of men, not just black men, but also white men, who like to put Asian woman on the pedestal and say, hey, Asian woman, they're so great, they're so much more perfect than white woman or black woman or whatnot. And some men are just obsessed with Asian woman. And when I talk about skin whitening, I think that sort of destroys a lot of illusions that they have about Asian women. Because for them, I think it is the disbelief that a lot of Asian women do it. They don't understand it. To me, it's sort of this, this sort of, I don't know what to call it. It just really surprises a lot of men. But I talk about it. And men also skin whiten. Okay, they skin bleach. All of these words, they mean the same thing. They mean to whiten. So there's skin bleaching, skin whitening, skin lightening. They all mean the same thing. They can call it brightening. Basically, it means you want a white appearance, and so you want to make yourself paler. The lighter you can make yourself, the better. But the lighter you make yourself, the more susceptible your skin is to cancer and other problems. The more susceptible your skin is to sunburn. So yes, there are Asian people who literally go through the trouble of using skin whitening cosmetics, taking skin whitening injections, also to basically whiten themselves and look more white and less dark. This happens in Thailand, this happens in the Philippines, this happens in the Caribbean, this happens all throughout Africa, South Africa, Nigeria, Ethiopia. Alright, this happens all over the world to every non-white group. This happens all over the world to just about every non-white, non-pale European group. So the subject of skin whitening, the subject of so-called skin bleaching is quite fascinating. It really destroys, I mean, it's one of those depressing things, really. It can really destroy a lot of people's respect for a good deal of individuals that, they thought, were, I do not know what to say. It just simply really affects people. It sort of changes people's perspectives of people all over the world. Because you recognize that people, especially Asian women and Asian men even, some Asian men use cosmetics too, and they too will apply skin whitening cosmetics, or even get the skin whitening injections. Those are very popular in Korea. There are particular chemicals that they can use in the body to sort of decrease the production of melanin in the skin cells, or something of that sort. Which, truth be told, that is very interesting. Because basically you were changing your physiology. Alright? This is not, some minor treatment. It affects the body in a long-term way. And in that video, I literally talked about an article that I had read that basically said, these women are literally poisoning themselves to lighten their skin. If a person does not believe just how tan, does not understand just how tan, for example, a Japanese person can get, all you need to do is look at the Japanese 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨 girl culture, which is it used to be more popular in Japan, but you see, you can see how dark she is. Oh goodness. But Japanese people can get real dark. When Japanese people decide to tan, let me tell you, it is an amazing thing, a beautiful thing. But the makeup is kind of crazy. But let me tell you, they can get dark. Okay? Their skin naturally tans. Some of you people may think, oh, well, a lot of these East Asians, they look just like white people. No, you don't recognize that many... Basically, this is a widespread thing where most Asian cosmetics have some type of skin whitening property. So that, because every skin whitening, white or rather pale skin is considered to be a standard of beauty in Japan. And so most of the time, most people are trying to lighten their skin. They don't want darker skin. But look at what happens when Japanese women decide to just have their regular, they're not using skin whitener, they're having tans, they're getting tanned, okay, and basically they have no shame about it. Now, you may be surprised, but there are a lot of Japanese people who sort of discriminate against these Japanese women who just decide to accept the culture of tanning and not using skin whitening cosmetics. They want to look dark. They don't want to look white. And so this was a really brave thing in Japan, because it was a fashion culture that really emphasized darker skin. Look at this man's face. He looks, I don't know, is he upset about that? I don't know. But in Japan, if you stand out and look different, you can just tell by how people look. There's a really big problem with looking different in Japan. If you stand out, if you decide to have some flair and some style, there are a lot of Japanese people who just don't seem to be happy about it at all. And for me, these two people seem to just it is almost as though she is sort of has a surprised look on her face, like, oh, what is she doing? What does she think oh, that looks so, I mean, it's just this sort of dismissive look. I don't know. I could be reading into things too much. And this man seems to have sort of a dour face, as though, oh, everything sucks, life sucks, I'm sick of working. To be honest, Japanese work culture is supposedly extremely difficult, but I don't know. I mean, to me, he just does not seem so happy. But all you have to do is look at these tan Japanese people to recognize how tan an East Asian can become. Look at how tan an East Asian can become. They can become really, really tan. Alright? They can become very tan. These people, they are not using any of the skin whitening cosmetics. And if you look at some of the old Japanese pictures, almost in black and white, some of those Japanese in those really old pictures from the early 1900s and later, or whenever they started first taking pictures, if you look at some of those old Japanese pictures, the Japanese people look darker. Well, the makeup industry has been a big impact, has had a big impact on Asian people, especially Asian people, but all over the world. But this culture of 𝐩𝐿, as far as I know, is that how you pronounce it? I'm not particularly sure. But this sort of 𝐩𝐿 culture, where Japanese people are getting tan. This is something that makes me happy to see, because these people were not ashamed about, their capacity to tan. They were not trying to use skin whitening cosmetics that literally inhibited their melanin. And frankly, these people, they get a deep tan, and there really is no problem with it, because when you look at it, their skin naturally tans very well. Their skin is not like a pale European's, because their skin, it does not sunburn. Asian skin, will tan. The difference between a really pale European or a person who is of European descent and has very pale skin, the difference between them and a Japanese person or East Asian person or Korean person is that the Asian person, whether we are talking about Southeast Asia, East Asia, regardless of which part of Asia we are talking about, whether we are talking about Mongolia or even the Siberians in Russia, when the sun hits their skin, they are able to produce melanin and really just have a really good tan. Alright? That reminds me, one day we may even talk about some of the Chinese immigration to Central America. That is a very interesting subject. But, it really is amazing. When you look at these pictures of these Japanese women and how they really embraced the deep tan, you can just see that this is a property of Asian people that many people do not know about, that they can get that dark. Now, when we talk about the skin whitening industry, what we are talking about is something that, I will just say it. It directly sort of influences and bolsters and consolidates what we may call pale supremacy. And I think that it is sort of, I sort of like the word pale supremacy more than white supremacy, especially when I'm talking about Asia, because it really sort of shows, the real, how should I say, it makes you think of complexion. It brings your mind to pale and dark complexions. When I talk about pale supremacy, that is, in my opinion, a far better word to use. A far better word to use to sort of get you to think, wait, there is in the world, amongst different people groups, a preference for paleness. And you can just see it. If this were not the case, people would not be lightening their skin. They would not be bleaching their skin. I mean, as you can see, illegal skin whitening creams, people will get this stuff. They will get this stuff. They want to look lighter. They want to look paler. Now, whether you are a black American or a white American or you are Asian or what have you, this is a very pertinent subject to understand, because I think some of us, should think about, why is this so? Why is it so that people will endanger themselves just to look lighter? Now, it is true that you do have amongst pale peoples, you have the tanning problems among pale people, in which people become addicted to tanning beds. Okay. I mean, you have tanning addiction. Okay, where you have, for the most part, many people who, for the most part, are pale, become dangerously addicted to tanning, which, in a sense, we can say is the opposite of the skin bleaching phenomenon. But the difference between tanning and skin bleaching is that tanning is a natural thing, that if you are not a particularly extreme person, this is not something you are going to pursue. Truth be told, and with suntan lotion, it is far less dangerous. Imagine the days in which there was no suntan lotion. Imagine how hard it was for pale European people, and albino people all over the world. But basically, tanning is something that, when you think about it, you could just do with the sun. You really do not need chemicals. If you are extreme, you will do melanin injections, and you will go to extreme lengths to get that tanning. And it really is terrible, and it really can affect the body in an adverse way. However, in regard to skin whitening, it has a lot to do with chemicals. And with skin whitening, it sort of chemically burns and chemically breaks down the skin, and breaks down particular proteins in the skin and melanin. Oh my goodness. And this particular man, I think, what was his name? Sammy Sosa or something? Terrible example. But yes, I mean, this happens in the Caribbean. This happens among Asian women. This happens all over the world. When we are talking about skin whitening, we are talking about something that affects all people groups. But I just have to say it, when we're talking about the Philippines and Thailand in particular, they already have people who live there who are dark and what we may consider black. And the subject got to that. The subject sort of went to the 𝐻𝐻 tribe and the 𝐻𝐻 people, because these people we know for sure are not skin whitening. These people we know for sure are not skin whitening. They look like black people here in the United States. They look like black people in, they look like Aboriginal Australians. They are dark people. And you have to recognize that culturally, these 𝐻𝐻 people are considered to be inferior to the lighter skinned Panay and Pinoy. Your average Filipina or Filipino, these people are considered to be negritos and negritas, and that means exactly what it sounds like. And that is, to some extent, a derogatory term. And so, in that video, I happened to address one of the things that this Filipino woman, Panay Tigress, said in an interview with a particular passport brother, I suppose, or someone like that, in one of those communities. And I think he asked her a question about racism, and, basically, the Panay Tigress basically said, Joan is her name, basically said that was not a problem. All right. And so when I look at this particular video, or rather when I made that particular video, I did talk about the 𝐻𝐿 tribe, and I did talk about another tribe in Thailand. I think we should educate, one another about these black tribes in Asia. A lot of people do not know about them. And so, they were very interesting, but one of the reasons these tribal people do not want to look dark is because they do not want to look like a Negrita or a Negrito. If you look dark, you look like one of these Aboriginal peoples over there. They have been in contact with dark people over there in the Philippines. They've been in contact in Asia. Many Asian peoples have been in contact with a lot of these darker peoples. Alright? Yes, there are black people in the Philippines. There are black people in Thailand. This is common knowledge. So, oftentimes I bring up this fact. Alright? Some people do not really want to think about it, but those people really do not need to watch my videos. Alright? If it bothers them to think that, you are going to a country where they actively discriminate against indigenous black people, and they do the same thing in Thailand, the whole idea in Thailand and in the Philippines regarding their development status. For example, Joan the Panay Tigress was saying, well, the Philippines is a developing country. It is not a third world country, which the Philippines is a third world country, but they want to develop. And what they are doing is that oftentimes they are encroaching upon 𝐻𝐿 lands. And in regard to Thailand, the same thing happens. They encroach upon Mani lands, the lands of the Mani tribe. They encroach upon these black Aboriginal tribes. And they take land and they basically make logs out of the trees, to help their logging industry. They do a lot of things like that. But you can see the Negritos and the Negritas are protesting. They are protesting for their land rights. You have a civil rights movement over there in the Philippines. You have a civil rights movement over there in Thailand. Alright? Now, it was interesting that the person who came into my video and started doing a lot of comments, he did 9 comments in my video about all of the subjects I've talked about thus far. 9 comments. He never once mentioned the indigenous people of the Philippines or the indigenous people of Thailand. He never once mentioned it. Alright, he did not mention those Aboriginal black people, and I know why he did not do it. Alright, he was not concerned about that subject. That is not something that he is interested in. He didn't want to talk about that. Alright, that's, they want to talk about, the lighter skinned Filipinas and Filipinos. They want to talk about the Pinoy and the Panay. They don't want to talk about the Negritos and Negritas. Because you see, this is why, and you hear stories about people who, and they have all of their origin theories, but the people have been in the land, since ancient times. These people have been living in these tribes for so very long. They are well known in Thailand and in the Philippines. They are Aboriginal people. So, in all of these countries, in Malaysia, in the Philippines, in Thailand, you had darker peoples who were basically colonized by lighter peoples. And every year, more and more land is taken away from these darker peoples. So that is an aspect of life that I wonder and think about when I think about the racial dynamic in the Philippines, because when I think about the Philippines, when I think about Thailand, when I think about Malaysia, I do not just simply take into consideration the tawny Asian people. I take into consideration the Aboriginal groups of black people too. All right? These are beautiful people. When you have all of those people, so many of those Filipinas and Filipinos, but especially Filipinas, who were on TikTok, they were responding to a lot of black American women. They were talking about their hair. Remember how these people look and understand those Panay women. They understand what a black person looks like. They understand what black hair looks like because these people have black people in their country. When they are talking about how your woman look, about how their hair looks, all right, about how, they're overweight and all of this talk, remember, these people know what black people look like even before they were involved with you. They know what black people look like. They know what black people are. They have a familiarity with black people. They have had that familiarity for, since ancient times. They understand that these people were here on the land first. This is part of their culture and history. This is why so many of those people use skin whitening cream. And you may say, no, that is not true. I read a news article, or I read some people who are Asian, they told me they use skin whitening cream because if you worked in the fields, that was considered to be a lowly position in society. Really? Which may be true to an extent. However, you have darker peoples in those lands. You have darker Thai. You have darker Malaysians. All right. So you have all types of darker peoples who live all throughout Asia. Okay. Here we have the darker peoples of Malaysia. What do they look like? They look black. They are black. These people have some beautiful afros. They have some beautiful hair. So I do not accept this idea. Oh, the Filipinos are just talking about the black woman's hair because they said that they were sort of taking advantage of wealthy men from the United States, and they're poor and they don't have any money and they want some sugar daddy to take care of them. All right? I did not see one of those black women in that whole fight between black women and Filipinas in which there was some type of how should it be said, black women saying, oh, Filipinas have such bad hair. But when I see these people and their beautiful hair, I am reminded of the people in this country. And when I see their hair and sort of see their appearance, and when I, sort of contemplate that these people are people living in Asia right now, that are currently fighting for their land rights, fighting for their rights, and they are all shades of light brown, dark brown, brown, all manner of shades. Beautiful people. So, for me, that was something I recognized. All right, and I also had that in that video, but a lot of what this video had to do with, the video that I had made, it had to do with highlighting the Aboriginal peoples of Asia. All right, it had to do with highlighting these black Aboriginal people, these darker skinned Aboriginal people. Okay, so frankly, that was very interesting. I know that a lot of people, it will go over their heads. Okay, all of the talk about the skin whitening, the culture, the sort of black and and Asian cultural dynamics, not everyone is going to understand. And this person who decided to come on my video and comment, this person was just absolutely taken aback by all of it. And it was just tiresome looking through these 9 comments of just complete confusion. And I mean, he was talking about 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨, he was talking about Passport Bros, he was talking about Kevin Samuels. It was almost as though he was bringing out all of this sort of tiresome rhetoric, because it is all the same. I've heard about all of this gender war stuff. Oh, black men have to get women who are traditional. The women of the United States are too modern. Oh, all of these black women are wearing weaves, which is not true. You would be surprised how many are just putting relaxers in their head, or just, you can find some black women, they have all types of textures of hair. Not everyone has a weave in their head. Some women have weaves, some women wear wigs, but not everyone is wearing a wig. Some women have natural hair like this. So, you know that a group has become cult-like. You know that particular groups have become cult-like, and people have become cult-like when they start to have no nuance whatsoever. When you have no capability to understand nuances in life, you can very safely assume that that person is almost fanatical about what they believe, and they are not able to grasp anything else but a lot of these concepts that they basically adhere to. And that is what I see. A lot of these people now, they are involved in red pill philosophy, black pill philosophy, all of these weird new ideas and ideologies. The manosphere. There are men now, just like the man who was talking to, and actually let me talk about this first. He also brought up something about the Cheesecake Factory. This man who was going with some woman. She happened to be black. She said, I don't want to go to the Cheesecake Factory. Okay? You should take me to a place that is more higher scale. Okay? It was weird, to be honest, but basically a lot of people started to make a big deal out of it, and I just thought, none of us have ever seen a woman who acts like a princess. There have always been women like that. There have always been women who want to act like princesses, who feel as though they want to be catered to. When you get involved with these women, you know who you are getting involved with. You know if these women are people who just want everything provided for them, and you have to, sort of spare no expense. There are women like that. Okay? And so, frankly, she sort of disadvantaged herself, because she sort of recorded it and put it on TikTok or something like that, and she embarrassed herself because she thought she could embarrass the man. But basically, I do not even care about that whole subject, because there's too much of this gender war stuff. If you don't want to get involved with a woman like that, the man did the right thing. He just left. He just said, well, if the Cheesecake Factory is not good enough for you, I don't even want to go out with you. Which, sure, to me, it is not even a big deal. There have always been women like that. All right? And if you want her enough, you probably would spend extra money to take her to a different place. But basically, I guess she was not worth it. But, if a man really wants the woman enough, yeah, he will do that. But, to be entirely honest, all of this sex, this sort of, how should I say, this gender war stuff, I do not want to get involved with it at all. I don't want it on my channel. I don't want to at all be involved with it. Okay, that stuff is crazy. I want nothing to do with that. There's too much to worry about in life as it is. And to me, it's just one of the dumbest stuff. And so, as I said, You know, I talked about basically issues related to sex tourism. I talked about a lot of issues, but I might as well start reading this person's comments, to be honest, because this has just been a really stressful thing. Weirdly enough. Okay, let me see. I always have to sort of arrange this chat box so I can see it. I can't see it right now, but I am going to fix it. Yeah. So I gave a heart to all of his comments, but I responded to one comment, and just like I thought, he wouldn't respond back to it. But that is fine. Basically, I try to make a point of responding to every comment on my comment section. I try to make a point of doing that. I'm going to configure this chat box again, people. Alright. The chat box should stick, I think. Yes. This is good. Okay, the chat box is sticking. I can see through it. Let us begin. Okay. So about the video I talked about, this man or boy or girl or whatever, he left me 9 comments. Alright? I'm now going to review them, maybe answer them, but basically I have very little to say about them, because I've basically said everything I wanted to say. But anyhow, he says, okay, let me see. Yeah. Oh no. Every time I use the dock, it is fine. Anyhow, very sorry, viewers. This may take more time, because basically I don't like to make the chat box too small. Okay. What if I put it up here like this? Because I don't want it to interfere with my reading. Okay, I don't want to put it too far to the side. Oh no. That is terrible. Okay. I'll put it like this. One moment. Let me try again. Yeah, I know how I have to do it now. Okay, let me see this again. Okay, I think I know what my problem is. Let me see this again. For some reason, I'm having terrible luck making this. Oh goodness. Yeah, I'm just having a terrible time of it. A terrible time. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Right. Here. Goodness, this is... Oh, goodness. Okay. I am very sorry for how long that took, to be honest. Basically, I'm still learning things as I learn how to use this, live streaming. I'm very, very much an amateur. Alright. Actually, I have to widen this box because I'm not going to be able to see if anyone actually chats. Okay. This should do. Good, good. Okay, so I can move this still. Alright. That's good. So I might as well get started. I read through these comments once before. Oh my goodness, it is really... This person just had... It is almost like they had some type of mental breakdown or something. Oh my goodness. I cannot tell you how much I despise all of this. And personally, I'm just telling you personally, I do not like this gender war stuff. It has made a lot of these men crazy and lonely and sad, and it makes them think weirdly. I mean, to me, it's simple. I see Filipino woman talking about, the hair of black woman sort of, I don't know. I mean, that's what... I mean, it was a big... Actually, let's watch a video first, to be honest, because... I'll be honest, I don't really even feel like doing this, but this has been on my mind. I'm thinking this person took time out of his day to write comments all about all types of crazy... I mean, oh my goodness. Anyhow, I might as well show you a video from TikTok. Because basically, I think the Pinay Tigress, what she did was she put all of her TikTok videos on YouTube. And she was basically a Pinay woman who... She was a Pinay woman who decided to just sort of make it her goal to sort of just have fights with a lot of these people on TikTok who were saying things about, what may be called sex tourism, what may be called relationship tourism, what may be called, love tourism, whatever you want to call it. Okay, people had some strong opinions about it. But basically, I will tell you what happened. The discussion got to be about hair. The discussion got to be about, black hair. Alright? I am not lying. That is not a joke. That really did happen. So that woman... this is the woman we're going to be looking at. She's going to be talking about this Filipino woman's TikTok, because it got, her videos got taken off TikTok. Okay? I wonder why. She's talking about black woman's hair, talking about the physical characteristics of black women.
We don't have
calling them hyenas and such. Of course, I don't suppose it's that surprising that it got taken off TikTok. But anyhow, let's watch this. I'm sorry for how rough the stream is, but there really is no order to my, videos oftentimes.
So our Hello Kitties are tight.
Doubtful with the way that you advertise yourself all over this app as a run-through for the passport bros. Doubtful. Hello. Hyena here, and quite possibly the main hyena.
Y'all make them pay for your nails, for your wigs, for your weaves, for everything, for your rent. Everything.
These are just basic things that most black women already provide for themselves. So expecting men to treat you the way that you already treat yourself is just setting standards, standards, something that I suspect that you don't have.
Just accept the fact that those men are just tired dealing with American women. They're tired. They want to go somewhere where they can feel real love.
It's not that they want to go somewhere else. Most have been discarded by American women who actually have standards. So they go to underdeveloped countries where their US dollar is worth so much more, and they seek out women like you who in their mind are cheap and easy. Also easy to manipulate and control, aka submissive. Why is it that you never see passport bros in places like Europe, Japan, Singapore? I'll tell you why. Because they are highly unlikely to meet the standards of women in developed countries where there are higher rates of educated women who have more economic opportunities and lower rates of women living in poverty.
I'm not sure if you do your research. Girl, I'm a Filipina, and I know the statistics there in your country. Fix your wig first. It looks nasty. You see this? Not a wig. Smooth.
Growing hair.
And you know, I have to say that was just, I mean, you literally have a woman boasting about the fact that she can grow hair. What I've just shown you is that obviously black women can grow hair. And she would know that, being a woman who lives in a country in which there are Aboriginal, indigenous black people who grow hair. But this is exactly why so many of those Filipinas and Filipinos, that is the same reason why, you know, so many of these people skin whiten. Okay? But, you know, whether we're talking about Korea, whether we're talking about, you know, the Philippines, Malaysia, so many other countries, you know, you do not want to, in a lot of these countries, they do not want to look like a negrita or a negrito. They do not want to look like one of those dark people in Asia. You just saw them a while ago. Okay? So this thrives in the Asian beauty market. The ideal is to be as pale as possible. And when she is boasting about her straight hair, this is a racial thing. You know, when you had people in the United States, American women, saying a lot of those passport bros are just going poor women because they know they can get them, you know, and pay less for them. They don't have to spend as much on these women. And so it is very, you know, to me that is obvious. I do not even think it is anything to be ashamed of, but I think it is honest to admit it.
Hair out of your raggedy scalp is not an accomplishment, sweetheart. And since you love doing research about the US, you would know that black women are the most educated demographic in the US. You would also know that black women are #1 in starting businesses, even more than white men. So understand that when you're bragging about growing hair as if it's a flex, you're talking to a lot of educated, business-owning black women who can actually afford to purchase your raggedy hair off of your raggedy scalp and have it shipped to their addy here in the US. If that's what they wanted. And I hate to break it to you, but it's also not a flex being picked as a last option by morally bankrupt, emotionally damaged, broke, unwanted males that have been discarded by black women.
I'm going to clap back.
If you want to keep talking about black women, then we can keep talking about black women, because I clap back too.
We don't have high body counts.
I mean, and I have to say, this woman, she really, I mean, she was just too witty for Joan. Joan is corny, and I always thought Joan was corny. But this woman, she just had too much style, too much flair. I mean, think what you want about her. She, you know, she really clowned Joan the Panay Tigress. Okay, she made Joan the Panay Tigress into Joan the Panay Kitten. She really did.
First, I'm not a ran-through woman.
Well, hello again, Miss Ran-Through.
It's what you failed to mention in your video. How this all started. The people that you're protecting right now are the people who insulted women overseas, right?
But you know, I will be honest. I had a lot of sympathy with a lot of these women, these Panay women. But when I started to see what they were saying in response to these American women, I said, no. You know, now, you know, when I started to see, when they started to talk about hair, when they started to talk about physical characteristics, because they couldn't really sort of win the argument, because the argument was pretty obvious. The argument was that you have sugar daddies from the United States. In other countries, passport bros, they come to the Philippines with money, and they can do it because they, you know, you live in a poor country. They don't have to spend as much on you. It's just obvious. I mean, people get in relationships to survive. Everyone does. Women everywhere do that. If the Philippines had a good deal of money, I'm sure many of these Filipinos wouldn't give most American men the time of day. To be entirely honest. But as I have said, a lot of these, you know, these tourist destinations, they are not chosen for no reason. You see, the poorer the country is, the greater the sex traffic. Because if the woman cannot have a living from any other particular honest means, well, the sex trade is always there. And if you do not have, you know, many opportunities, you know, I mean, I guess you could get married to a foreign man, or you could, you know, be prostituted, or someone may even steal you, or some people may even sell their children. You know, whether we're talking about Thailand or Brazil, this is not some type of confusing matter. This is obvious. This is as simple as 2 plus 2 equals 4. All right? This is as simple as addition or subtraction. If you subtract the money from a particular nation, or if they don't have much money and the women are poor, well, for them, for a majority of them, they are going to choose marriage. Maybe they can get married to a man who has a substantially bigger sum of money than they do. And that will be good for them. Or at least they think it will be. For their financial situation. Is there anything wrong with that? No, but it is the truth. So to be entirely honest, what a lot of these women said was the truth. And many of these Panay women, they couldn't deal with the truth. And so a lot of their insults got to be, oh, you're a hyena, you wear a weave, my hair is real. Those insults got to be really nasty, and they became racial really quick, because those Panay, they didn't have any arguments to provide. Those Panay had, you know, they didn't have any arguments to provide. And so when the arguments were gone, what did they have to say? It is not, oh, we have enough money, we do not need foreign men. Because if you did not need foreign men, you would be with Filipino men. So the idea is that, well, we have nothing to say to these American women, especially these black women who see that we're going with a lot of their men. Let's talk about their weave. Oh, well, you don't have real hair. Look at my hair. I have real hair. Or we weigh less than you. And if you look at this woman, she's kind of heavy herself. So to be entirely honest, you know, she can't really say that they weigh more, so she has to go with the hair thing. Oh, look, my hair is real. I have real straight hair. That hairline is not looking so good, but, you know, sure, it is straight. I can say some things about that hairline, but hey, you know, it is straight hair. It certainly is. Okay?
They call this uneducated, poor, dirtfoot, toots.
So the passport bros dragged you guys into this, and black women responded by saying things like the passport bros are going to third world countries to seek out uneducated women living in poverty who are looking for a better life and possibly also looking for a green card. So my question to you is, what part of that is not true? According to this article, poverty drives more Filipino women into early marriage. Philippines has 12th highest number of child brides in the world. In the Philippines, the common drivers of early marriage are poverty, lack of access to education, and the exclusion of women from economic opportunity. When we look at the quality of education, United States ranks number 1, Philippines ranks number 55. When we look at the overall quality of life index for 2023, the United States ranks 17 and the Philippines ranks 79. And you were upset that they were calling you all prostitutes, and not saying that you're a prostitute, but every world's top 10 sex tourism destination list includes the Philippines. So I'll ask you again, where is the lie in anything that they said? Because it seems like you are insulted by what is mostly the truth.
The Philippines is not an underdeveloped country. We are actually a developing country.
Philippines remains a third world nation. Clearly, the Philippines, which is one of the developing nations in the world, belongs to the third world.
Let's go back to statistics. American women's literacy rate combined is only at 82.7%.
But take a look at that what would it be called? That particular I mean, perhaps you can't see it, but her username for that TikTok account was unbelievable. In other words, oh, you black women are unbelievable. They were basically attacking the physical characteristics of black women and how they look, which black women were not talking about the hair of Panay women. They were not doing that. So this person, who came in my comment section that I have been talking about, he came in this comment section literally telling me, oh, they talk so bad about these Panay women. Oh, they talk so bad about them and so terrible. They had to defend themselves by talking about black women's hair. Okay, they had to defend themselves by talking about how they look and not really responding to the real argument, which is that Filipinas are they are benefiting from sugar daddies from the United States and elsewhere. That is the argument, and it is true. I mean, are we supposed to expect they are not gaining an economic benefit from these passport bros who are bringing this money into the Philippines? And even in some cases, immigrating to countries like the United States, Britain, and elsewhere? Are we really supposed to think that argument is not a true and honest argument? Are we really supposed to expect that none of that is actually real? That somehow this is all just a big lie, and that is a good justification for people like Panay Tigress to just wave their hair around and say, oh, I have real hair, unlike you unbelievable hyenas. Oh, you just hyenas attacking me. And she really did use that word quite a lot. And, talking about the weaves, talking about her hair, all of that stuff has to do with how a person looks. And Kevin Samuels was no better. Truth be told, I do not respect that man, but he made his money while he was here. But I do not respect this gender war stuff. I do not. And it is interesting. It seems like this gender war is just basically restricted to black men and black women. I mean, it is almost as though the hotness of the contention, it is almost as though they want black men and black women not to get along, to fight all the time. To me, if I was going there to the Philippines to get a woman, and I knew full well that my money was going to benefit this woman financially, I would just admit it. Someone would say, oh, you're going to the poor countries to get women. I'd say, hell yes, I am. Hell fucking yes, I am. Excuse my language. I would just say it. I would just honestly say it. What is the reason for denying this and getting it? And literally these Filipinas thought they were sort of getting in arguments and really winning. But you do not see the Panay Tigress on TikTok anymore. The Panay Tigress is off of TikTok. She has given up. All right? Because a lot of people started to realize a lot of these Panay women are some racist people. And why should that not be expected from people who routinely practice skin whitening, not just in the Philippines, but throughout Asia? You can find specific references to the Philippines. Okay? You can. So you can find so many articles on Filipina skin whitening, Thai skin whitening. You have this woman, a brave woman, rejecting skin lightening. And you can see the tan in her skin, the dark hue of her skin, with her natural hue of skin. And she is a beautiful woman. Asian people are not as pale as some of us would think because of the usage that a lot of these people are using with these skin whitening creams. Honestly, that skin whitening cream is terrible culturally. It really is affecting Asian people in a terrible way. And it really does make me happy whenever I see... Where are my 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨 girls? Where are the 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨 girls? Because I had them somewhere. I don't know where... Because I don't know where I had them. Okay, I had all those articles talking about sex toys. Here are the 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨 girls. An Asian can become tan. An Asian can become really tan. Okay? So, maybe they are a bit too tan. I don't know. Is it healthy to I don't know. I think they use tanning bits. But look, their skin can tan that much. These, their skin tans better than a white European person's skin. It just does. Not that anyone really is white, but, Europeans are more pale than Asian people. For the most part. That is sort of true for the most part. Of course, there are, situations in which there are albinism in just about every racial group, or what you may call people group. But for the most part, most Asians, they tan quite well. I just have to emphasize that point. It makes me happy every time I see an Asian person with a natural hue of skin.
Filipinas' literacy rate is at 99.70%. So how can they be the most educated there in the US if a lot of them cannot even read?
Yes, let's go back to statistics because you are talking about literacy rate, which means that people who can simply read or write. But when we look at the most educated countries in 2023 with college education, any education past 12th grade, the United States ranks 6th and Philippines is not on this list. 12 countries with the most educated female workforce, United States 6th, Philippines not on the list.
You said that the American black women are the most educated people or race in the US. Nah.
Once again, black women most educated group in the U.S. Black women more likely to start a business than white men.
Are there any American black women who invented something? Because we have one. A Filipina invented the incubator. Yeah, I just want to flex that. I mean, if you are claiming that, American black women are the most educated, where are their inventions?
Black women have many accomplishments, but I'm going to touch on two. The calculations of Miss Catherine.
Okay. I mean, the example that woman brought up, she's going to bring up some example, but it does not have to do with inventions. But I found a really good article. 7 inventions by black women, I think. But yeah, the Panay Tigress was saying things like that. Oh, what did black women invent? And I'm thinking, how so many of these black men respect that, and they go in these little anti-black circles and social groups, and they sort of, wow, I do not know. I do not understand how, people can be friends with people like that. She's already talking about the hair of black women, and I will say it again. As black men, we came from black women. It makes no sense for us to be against black women. Okay? This woman is asking a stupid little question. She's saying, oh, well, which black female inventors are there? Let's see. Marie van Britten. She invented the home security system. And look at that. Real black hair. Real black American hair on a black American woman. Look at that. Panay Tigress was waving her hair back saying, oh, my hair is real. Wow. Yeah, well, black people can grow natural hair too. And there are plenty of black people with natural hair. And what Panay Tigress and a lot of Filipinas were doing on TikTok, they were using that hair thing. They were saying, oh, look at our straight hair. You know, oh, we can grow hair. Wow. Really? You know, I mean, obviously. You know, that's something that, you know, anyone can do for the most part. But those were the types of things we were saying about black women. To me, it was ridiculous. And there were men who were seeing it, they were not getting angry. And I'm thinking, wow. You know, I mean, I have nothing to say really other than that. But anyway, Valerie Thomas, behind the illusion transmitter which NASA later used in its satellite technology. Okay, we have Sarah Boone, invented and patented the first modern ironing board in 1892. We have Mary Beatrix Davidson, Kenner's sanitary belt, was the predecessor to the menstrual pad. With Bridget Biddy Mason, invested her money and effort into developing the area that would become downtown Los Angeles. Okay, so there you go, some black female inventors. Something that Panay Tigress wanted to know about. And she promotes a lot of Filipinas,
And Johnson put the
to black men relationships. And I just wonder, after having said all these things about black women, questioning if there are any black female inventors, saying that black female, talking about their literacy and all of these things, does she not realize that the black men, are the ones getting involved with these Filipinas that she is trying to hook up with them? Does she not recognize that these people, if they had any sense, they would be thinking, they would be wondering, is this really what she thinks about black women? If she thinks this about black women, what am I getting involved with? What type of women am I getting involved with when the Filipinos are on TikTok asking if there are any black women inventors? Some of you will not think about that, but that makes me wonder. It makes me think, I wonder, who as a black man would not feel strange about that? Okay? I mean, how would it be if she said, are there any black male inventors? Why even ask a dumb question like that? That is why I say Joan the Panay Tigress is corny. Joan the Panay Tigress is unwitty. She really does not have any flair about her. No charisma. Real shame.
The very first man on the moon in 1969, winning the United States, the space race. And this amazing being is Henrietta Lacks, the black woman with the first immortalized human cell line. At present, Henrietta Lacks' cells can be found by the trillions in virtually every biomedical research laboratory in the world. There are thousands of patents involving the cells. Use of her cells in research have contributed to numerous medical breakthroughs, from the development of life-saving vaccines, including against polio and the human papillomavirus, which causes cervical cancer, to the understanding of how HIV causes disease. Her cells have even been used in research investigating the effects on the human cells of microgravity. So those are the two out of many that I'm gonna flex on.
I don't really have a raggedy scalp.
They both still look raggedy to me. And black women actually grow beautiful hair. They just like changing it up all the time, and they can afford to. Instead of insulting someone's hair, maybe you should worry about your raggedy teeth.
Stick to the statistics, because literally, with the video that you did, you just kind of embarrassed yourself, because you spoke lies.
Are those enough statistics for you? It's not my fault that you have low comprehension skills and you got triggered by statistical facts. If the shoe fits, wear it.
First, I am not a ran-through woman.
Well, hello again.
Okay, that's replaying. But really, I mean, I have to say, the Harmony, or I guess her name is Harmony. She really, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. The Panay Tigress just, and she is no longer on TikTok. Joan the Panay Tigress, we do not see her on TikTok anymore. Okay, so if anyone wants to say, oh, the Filipinas won. No, they did not. Okay, they really did not. You know, people like Joan the Panay Tigress are gone. Okay, for one thing, she kept having different accounts taken down. Apparently, you have to go to YouTube to find her videos, and you know Harmony is still up. She clowned Joan the Panay Tigress so hard. Goodness, it is. I can't even imagine. You know that you have created a troll account when you have a username like Unbelievable Hyenas. You know you have created a troll account when you have something like this. This is ridiculous. A username that literally says Unbelievable Hyenas. How crazy do you have to be? Seriously. Seriously, how crazy do you have to be to try to think that little nasty, bigoted username that's obviously talking about black women and their hair and how they look and calling them hyenas, adding the animal part onto that, as though you do not know what you are doing. You do not know how spiteful it is. I mean, you can be the judge for yourself. Everyone has their own biases, but I mean, I have to say, you know you have lost when you were creating troll accounts just to stay on TikTok, but you still cannot help but be just unwitty, corny, and just overall embarrassing. Because that is what happens in a lot of those red pill manosphere spaces. It's the modern woman. They will not submit. We want a submissive woman. Oh my goodness, these people, they are just so tiresome. And I will be honest, I do not want a submissive woman. If I were, I want a woman. Personally, the women I like are not submissive. I like people who are not boring. I like people with some personality. Hey, that's just me. Maybe some people like submissive women. Maybe some people like women who, are like that. Not me. What they mean by submissive is very dubious, and it is not defined by most of these people. They will not define it. What makes a submissive traditional woman? Exactly. How submissive do you have to get? Do you have to be Amish submissive or Saudi Arabian submissive? How submissive does that woman have to be? Okay? How submissive does she have to be? Honestly. But anyhow, we have this comment here by the amazing day or 253. What I don't get is how they don't realize, the Filipinas are the ones insulting their intelligence, not us. So Harmony says, good morning, sis. Exactly. We were calling out their predatory behaviors. Exactly. More submissive and better wives is literally code for easy to manipulate. Who is jealous of that? But honestly, personally, I love this stuff. I will be honest. I do. I don't like corny women who go about and the only insult they can come up with is, hey, my hair looks better than the black woman's. Don't you want to shoes me? I have better hair than the black woman's hair. Why would you go with a black woman when I have straight black hair? Straight Panay Filipina hair. Don't you want it? And that is the only boast they have. people who have black people in their country and know what black hair looks like. You know what the indigenous aboriginal people of the Philippines look like, and you have the nerve to go and say to black American people, oh, look at my straight black hair. No. There are plenty of black American women with beautiful natural hairstyles. Okay. So, the fact that her capacity to insult, is so low, and that her capability to respond to people has to be sort of debased to that extent. That woman's unwitty. And there were a lot of unwitty Panay women who were basically saying things, and, the reason they were offensive is because they had to attack people's bodies. They had to talk about how people looked. They couldn't argue with the women who were criticizing them and saying, hey, you women are getting sugar daddies. They are supporting you. This was a good thing for you because, and a good thing for them because they could get these, they could spend less money on you. Okay, you're a sheeper woman. And it's just the truth. If you're a Filipina or whatnot, and a man can spend less money on you, and he specifically goes to the Philippines to look for a woman, he knows that's a sheeper. He's paying a sheeper price. Call it whatever you want. And some of these women in America, they were rightly saying that is what these men are doing. The Filipinas, they couldn't deal with it. And the funny thing is, I do not remember many people, I do not remember many Brazilians sort of doing the same thing on TikTok. I do not remember many Brazilians who were saying on TikTok, oh, these black women or these American women, they really are trying to, they're talking bad about us. No one was talking bad about Brazilian women for the most part. But you see, what happened was that Filipinas specifically decided to and they became really popular. Philippines became really popular. The Philippines became a really popular tourist spot. Sort of love tourism, sex tourism, and I will just simply put it this way. I will call it love and sex tourism. In some cases, it is not just about lust. So, in some cases, it really is lust tourism, love tourism. I guess that was a sort of Freudian slip when I said lust tourism. But in some cases, it is lust tourism. So it is both sex tourism and love tourism. Okay, so I will use both words. But it's still tourism. You are still going there to basically have a relationship with a woman. Okay, the Thai weren't, I didn't see the Thai on TikTok getting in fights with American women, especially black women. I saw a lot of Filipinas because a lot of the Filipinas became really popular with a lot of black men. They really did. So, some people can deny this. I felt like I was just going to review this man's comments, but let me be entirely honest. I do not even feel like it. I've read his comments. I've responded to this person. He is not responding back. And so, for me, truth be told, if you want to read his comments, you can. You can go to this video called Regarding Passport Bros, Malvinas, and the Panay Tigress. Alright? But this man went on all types of, oh my goodness, it was something. He was going on about the Cheesecake Factory, that woman who, would not go to the Cheesecake Factory, a regular princess. You can find princesses in every country. You can find very, stuck up, really, how should it say, hoi polloi women in every country. You can find humble women in every country. But that woman was a princess. That woman at the Cheesecake Factory just thought, well, you should do more for me. And the man, he thought, this pussy ain't worth it. That pussy ain't worth it. If that pussy was worth it, he would have taken her to a different place. He would have said, I know she is asking a lot, but I really want that pussy. I'm going to, do what I need to do, to basically, get right with her. and have it. I mean, it's just the truth. If you want it, if you want that pussy, if you want that woman, if you are smitten with that woman, yes, you will listen to her. You say, okay, let's go somewhere else, because you want the opportunity. Now, some people in the manosphere will say, hey, you're giving the woman too much. Whatever. Do you know how many marriages there are of men who are what may be called, oh, that man, you know, the woman wears the pants in that relationship. She is in control. Well, a lot of those men would probably tell you the same thing. They would say, I know my wife is bossy. I know she is not a submissive woman, but she is great in bed. At least I get pussy. Are you? I mean, this is what, I mean, hey, if you had the choice between a submissive woman or if you could not get a submissive woman, obviously, if you wanted pussy, you would not really, you know, there are all types of men. So-called alpha males, so to speak. Okay? This whole manosphere thing is ridiculous. In some cases, some of you just have to recognize that if you have so many high standards, you are never going to get with anyone. There are plenty of people in relationships that are not necessarily, you know, relationships in which they sort of hold much power, and they are married to a princess. I might as well just admit it. Okay, some people won't take that, some people will take that, and some people are satisfied living with a princess, and they say, well, you know, I do what she wants, you know, we have a relationship, maybe it is not perfect, but, you know, if some of these men, they think they can get in these relationships with women and just boss them around all the time and sort of be in control and say, well, this is a submissive traditional woman. Good luck finding them. You know, most of those Filipino women, for example, and Brazilian women, with the way so many of them are in the sex trade, you really think they are traditional? When you know about the sex tourism in those countries, you really think that, you know, that how many of those women are virgins? I might as well just be frank about it. Poverty sort of leads to sex traffic. And you have Joan the Panay Tiger saying, oh, us Filipinas, we have tight coochies because we don't have that much sex, or we save it for marriage or something. How ridiculous. The Philippines is full of Catholics, and I am just going to be honest. Catholics are some of the biggest freaks in the world, and we all know it. Anyone who hears the stories about what goes on in Catholic churches knows darn well that Catholics are some of the biggest freaks in the world. Okay, you really think some Catholic morality is going to stop some of those Filipino women from basically being freaks? Or not sort of selling themselves in the sex trade or doing prostitution or whatever? Okay. I mean, to me, I just think that's quite ridiculous as an expectation. You really think they're so traditional. Nothing really is traditional now. The only traditional people in the Philippines are the Eta people, are the black Aboriginal people. But how many of you people are trying to get in a relationship with one of these black Aboriginal women? Not many of you. I mean, maybe there are some passport bros out there who want a dark chocolate, swarthy, copper-skinned, Aboriginal Negrita, or, you know, okay. But how many? I doubt there are that many. But whatever I said in that other video about the Aboriginal Filipinos and Filipinas, the Negritas and the Negritos, it really affected that man who commented on this video. Oh my goodness, he just could not stop. It was one comment after the next, after the next. You see, he's trying to basically pretend that this is not literally affecting his mind. He's putting laughing emojis while he literally posts this huge wall of text that I have to go through about all types of points. Oh my goodness. He's talking about women. He's talking about Kevin Samuels. He's talking about 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨𝐧. He's talking about Red Pill. Oh my goodness. I mean, he just went on and on and on. And just reading it, it is not as though it is that much to read it. It's just that he is just every single concept you would think of from the manosphere, red pill movements, all of that stuff combined into one is there. This is no Huey Freeman. This is the fake Huey Freeman. This is not the real Huey Freeman. Huey Freeman would not be some red pill MGTOW manosphere proponent. Okay, this person literally said he goes on YouTube, he watches these people. Okay, saying, oh, they're calling them dirty, poor, and uneducated. But they weren't talking about their hair. They were not talking about how much they weigh. They were talking about how they had sugar daddies and how they were taking advantage of the situation. And they are. And the men are too. They are both getting what they want. So, what I saw was when those Filipinas could not argue the very fact that they had sugar daddies, that they had people with better finances than them, helping them sort of be in a better place economically. What happened? All right, they started going at the hair. It is always the hair when people seem to attack black people. People always say, oh, well, your hair is nappy and you wear a weave. And most of your women wear weaves. But, black women are used to that. They didn't succumb to that. You even had Asian women joining a lot of these black women who were being attacked by these racist Filipinas. And some of you who are denying that racism is a problem in the Philippines, you are ridiculous, because really a lot of you are hurting Filipinas, their perception of themselves, and how a lot of these women, they are starting to reject skin whitening. They want to accept themselves. They want to accept their tawny tan color. They want to accept the light brown color that they are. A lot of these women are sick of these stupid cosmetics. They are sick of trying to look white and pale. They want to look normal. Some of these women want to do it. Not all of them, but some of them are sick of the lies. And the same thing, it gives me hope when I even see the Japanese people who are getting tans. And they're saying, hey, we have tans. We're not ashamed of our tan skin. Men and women, this is good. A lot of you do not realize that when things like this happen, this improves racial relations. It improves racial relations when people are able to accept who they are. I don't even like the suntan lotion, to be honest. God made white men a certain way, and God did not provide them with suntan lotion. I think one of the reasons they have gained so much power, one of the reasons is because of suntan lotion. In a sense. But truth be told, it took a long time for suntan lotion to be developed. But we are all different. God made us all different. Maybe you don't believe in God, but we were all born different. Okay? Asians have a certain type of skin. Black people have a certain type of skin. White people have a certain type of skin. White people get sunburnt. The rest of us don't. But basically white people have already conquered the whole world anyway, so hey, if anything, Asian people should embrace their darker hues of skin. We can do that much, can't we? We don't have to whiten out our skin. So when I see things like this, it makes me happy. Every time I see Gonguru people, I think, there you go. Some Japanese people, they're not ashamed of how tan they can get. They're embracing it. I love that. I really do. I am so sick of skin whitening as a trend. And this channel, I know that I cannot end skin whitening, but maybe if we all come together and we all talk about how crazy it is, we can stop it somehow. Maybe we can stop skin whitening together if we all talk about how stupid it is to skin whiten, to whiten your skin with cosmetic products and to look like, I think his name is Sammy Sosa or something. He looked terrible. Doesn't that just scare you? Doesn't that just scare you seeing how this man ruined his skin with skin whitening, skin bleaching? Isn't it terrible? This is real stuff. Some of you, this stuff some of you may be seeing this for the first time. You may think this is some type of nightmare or something. No, this is not a nightmare. This is not a horror movie. There really is skin whitening. But as I said, a natural, the Lord made us with natural hues and shades of skin. I was looking for a particular article that I've brought up before. And it had to do with how Asian women are even poisoning themselves with skin whitening because their addiction to it is so great. Okay, let me see if I can... No, the back button doesn't work on this page. Okay, I think it should be here. Okay. But yeah, I had opened... Here we go. But there are so many articles on skin whitening. All types of news publications are talking about it. People talk about it every year, but the business keeps going because people want to look white. They want to look pale. They do not want to look Asian. They do not want to look like an Asian negrita or negrito. Alright? They want to look pale all the time, all year. Okay? It's quite something.
One of the fastest growing sectors of the beauty industry is also one of its most controversial.
Nandun daw siya, kuya, sa may Jollibee.
Skin bleaching.
Okay.
Alright, so we just pulled up to this market and we're looking to connect with his colleague who's going to be doing it under him.
Hello, nakabitan ka pa eh. We're gonna put a hidden camera. She will do the buying.
When the color of your skin can determine your future, how far would you go to be lighter?
Having a light skin, I think it is important here. Skin tone matters nowadays, and they prefer the white ones.
When I was younger, they would always call me pretty but dark. Whatever that fair girl embodies in my head is just someone that's a little better than me.
Skin bleaching, also known as skin lightening or whitening, is a global market expected to grow to over $24 billion in the next decade. Advertisements peddling products can be seen across the globe. Asia holds the lion's share of the market, and at the heart of it lies the Philippines, with one of the highest rates of use in the world. The Philippines is a country on the economic rise, and its new money fuels the possibility of rapid social mobility. One of the most popular strategies to get a leg up is skin bleaching. But at what cost? It's estimated that 1 in 2 Filipinos have tried skin whitening products. I wanted to understand why, so I went to meet someone who's shaping the face of beauty, not only in the Philippines, but across the world. Dr. 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨.
It's almost a status symbol like having an Hermes bag. It just sounds so politically incorrect that I'm having a hard time.
She's a celebrity dermatologist who's built a skin lightening empire. What kind of treatments do you do here for whitening?
We do scrubs, lasers, wet and dry dermabrasion, capsules, intravenous. So we treat it from the in.
One moment, let me check the chat. But yes, this is a real thing, people. It is quite something. Sometimes I like to see if that chat is working. I think it is. I use a certain program to basically keep the chat box in one place, but interesting. All right.
Inside, we treat it from the outside. So my motto is to make the Philippines the most beautiful country in the world.
And for many, that means skin whitening.
Today, what do you want to do? Your usual gluto drip? Your Cinderella drip?
One of the most popular procedures here is an IV drip.
Lean back. You okay? Are you comfortable? Here, right?
So we are about to see the Cinderella drip,
So that's a vein finder.
which is a mix of glutathione and vitamin C. The star ingredient, glutathione, is a controversial antioxidant to lighten the skin from the inside out. It hasn't been approved for cosmetic use by the FDA. Still, Dr. 𝐩𝐿𝐴's clients are willing to drop hundreds of dollars per session, taking on the risk in hopes of getting whiter.
I've done some Hollywood celebrities, people coming in from London.
While off-label glutathione requires more research, Dr. Bello argues that it's at least being done under medical supervision.
I think you really get what you pay for. Because some people, they just go for price.
That woman's face looks so fake. How much work did she have done on that face? It looks to me
People
like she had
actually
some work done on that face. I don't know. Some Botox? I have no idea. But personally, I think very few things look more sickly than an Asian woman with skin whitening. I mean, to me, in my opinion, Asian people look even worse when they skin... Really, everybody looks terrible with skin whitening. Asians, darker peoples, oh my goodness, it looks terrible. I mean, but personally, oh my goodness, it looks so natural.
Their lives just to get whiter. Things that are coming in with mercury in the creams, that's very destructive. That's really poisonous, actually.
Videos online and in the news have emerged showing harmful side effects for some of these products.
Listen, some of these women will do this just for lighter skin. I mean, this is no joke, and I think for anyone who is interested in Southeast Asia, whether you're traveling there, whether you're getting involved with some of these women, you know, in Asia, or you just want to understand something about Asian culture or just culture around the world. Yes, skin bleaching is a real thing. This stuff is happening everywhere in every non-white population. People want to become white. I know it sounds embarrassing. I know it sounds pathetic, but it is true. Some people do not have much in the way of dignity, and they will do this.
Unang kita ko po, kinabahan din po ako, and then nagpunta na nga din po kami sa pedya niya.
Across the Philippines, women have reported signs of mercury poisoning. The culprit? Cheap whitening creams that often sell for a little over $1. I wanted to know what these products were and why people would risk using them for paler skin.
It's a serious concern. This kind of cheap skin whitening creams, you can buy it everywhere.
There's one man fighting this issue on the front lines. Tony Daizan, an activist at 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐧 Coalition.
We discovered that skin lightening is a product that has a mercury concentration, and that there is a risk.
A variety of ingredients can be used for skin whitening. The basic idea is to slow melanin production. The less melanin, the lighter your skin. Vitamin C, hydroquinone, and kojic acid are some of the most common ones, but one of the cheapest and deadliest is mercury.
So, if you have not recognized it yet, the idea is very simple. What they are doing is burning the skin down. They are basically burning it down. And people, if you may be chatting, I have no idea if anyone's using Chatbox, because I use a certain program to basically sort of, how should it be said, hold this in place. I'm going to see if this works. Okay. When I chat, it works. So I don't know if it will work if you chat. It should. It should. It should work. Okay. So the chat works. That is good. And it stays on the screen, which it seems like everything is working. So it is working.
A heavy metal that can be toxic for humans, even in tiny doses. Repeated exposure, like smearing it on your...
But as I said, they are literally burning the melanin out of their skin. They are burning the melanin out of their skin, burning their skin. And if you know anything about mercury... Oh! Hello, that is good. It is working. Hello, Will. This is the first time I'm trying streaming. This is the first time I've ever sort of done this. In sort of a, how would you say...
face every
this
day
is the longest stream I've done.
Tremors,
other than
kidney
that,
failure,
this it has just
and
been
even
practice.
Birth defects.
But
So mercury.
basically, if you just came, what I am looking at, what I'm sharing with all of you, is the process of, if you've never heard about it before, skin bleaching. sounds crazy, right? Okay, there are people all over the world who burn their skin. It is weird, it is quite terrible, but I am trying to familiarize everybody. I don't care who you are. I don't care who it is, what race you are. Everybody should know about this, that this is going on. People should know how crazy it is, because in my opinion, if people learn how crazy this is, eventually maybe it will become so embarrassing that people will just stop doing it. Maybe they will, oh yeah, okay. But thank you for listening to my manga videos. I have started to read Uncle from Another World too. I kind of got tired of 𝐩𝐿 because I don't know when. Oh yeah, it is crazy though. It really is. And maybe one day, if people recognize how crazy it is, maybe they'll stop doing it. Maybe if more and more people learn about it, people will just recognize it. Wait, these people are skin bleaching. This is terrible. But anyway, I have to share some of these things with people. So I'm basically going to be playing this whole video. A lot of people have no idea about it.
Isn't just an incidental contaminant. It's actually what's bleaching your skin.
It's a serious concern, public health concern.
I couldn't believe these products were allowed on the market. It turns out they aren't. Because they're so toxic, these mercury-laced creams are banned by the government. But they're still flooding into the country at an alarming rate. And the reason behind it is shocking.
Some customs people would hate me for this.
And that is, you know, for me, I read the anime, but I didn't read the full. I mean, I read the manga. But I didn't actually watch the full anime. And another one that I want to look at eventually is A Promised Neverland. I usually look at weird stuff like that. And I'm not going to spoil what happens in The Promised Neverland, but there are some very strange things in that particular manga. And for me, it's just, I sort of wonder why they sort of, I don't know, they sort of portray things a certain way. For me, one of the things that fascinates me about 𝐩𝐿 is that it's a whole manga that when you read deep enough into it, you realize that whoever wrote this is kind of fixated about eating people. And I don't know, it's just, I've always wanted to understand, why did this man create a whole, you know, why is it like that? But I mean, there are certain things, and I have to say, oftentimes I'm very critical of that manga when I'm reading it. But, you know, the reason is because it's just, there are certain things about it. It's just like every time, you know, the 𝐩𝐿, like Claire, or even Teresa, killed a Yoma, the townsperson comes up and they say, hey, who are we supposed to pay? Okay. Yeah. It's there's plenty of them. I mean, sometimes they call them yokai, oni. In Onimusha, they call them 𝐸𝐿𝐻. But I mean, it is something that is related to Japanese culture in a sense. I mean, there are different traditions and so forth involved in it. But I might as well just put some gameplay footage, because I think most people, they kind of get the point behind a lot of the skin whitening stuff. I'm going to be talking about that in the future, but let me see. Do I have some gameplay? Yeah, I have some gameplay. Okay. I cut this down a little bit. But yes. I mean, there are many similar manga, but I have to say, 𝐩𝐿 is just pretty strange to me, but I think I kind of am hard on the writing. Because, for example, how many times do the townspeople have to ask the 𝐩𝐿? Like Claire. I mean, they have to ask Claire over and over again to say, who do we pay? And Claire says, oh, pay the man in black. Every time she comes to a town. And that's something I sort of think the author had to think about how this would sound. I mean, for us reading it. I mean, we're going to get sick of seeing that same scene over and over again. But But every time the Claymore would kill a Yoma, go to a, after they get paid, it's almost as though the same scene between the townsperson, like he doesn't know how to do business. And I'm thinking these townspeople have been, the anime may be better about it, but I remember when I was reading the manga, when I read that manga the first time, I'm thinking every time she kills a Yoma, here comes the townsperson. It's like, who do I pay? I don't know who to pay. And she's like, oh, you have to pay the man in black. And it's like, and when you read the manga, they say there's been 70 generations of Claymores. 70 generations. You mean to tell me these townspeople, every time they need to kill a Yoma, they go to a Claymore, they still don't know how the business works? That to me seems crazy. And I'm just thinking, that's terrible writing. I don't say it's terrible writing because I just hate the manga. I say it's terrible writing because when you think about it, it doesn't make any sense. And I'm just thinking about, and this is why the whole manga and commentary thing of me narrating it and giving commentary, the reason it gets like that, where I start to saying, wait, this does not make any sense, is because when I'm reading it and it gets repetitive, I feel like, oh, here we go again. The man's going to ask who to pay. He's going to do it again. He's done it about 5 times before, and now he's going to say it, and he does. And it's just, at that point, I just go off. I just say, here, this writer is terrible. This writer does not know how repetitive this is. And there's been plenty of manga I've read where, everything for the most part is fresh. You don't have something happening over and over and over again. But especially in the beginning of Claymore, it's like that. And then it gets weird when you get to the chapter where Teresa, you have sort of her story. When you get to Teresa, basically Teresa she takes Sinclair. And, you have those scenes where she gets in a fight with the bandits. And the bandits know more about the Claymores than the townspeople. The bandit ends up knowing, he says, oh, well, Claymores can't kill people. Why are you afraid of Claymores? And I'm thinking, wait, you mean to tell me you, a random bandit, know more about Claymores than townspeople who do business with them? And I'm thinking, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm just thinking, this is terrible writing. When I read a manga like Uncle from Another World, if you have not seen me reading that, or if you have not read it yourself, or watched the anime, Uncle from Another World, even though it is comedic, it's a funny manga and it is a funny anime, but still, the writing is so much better, it's so much more fresh. But when you basically read Claymore, I have to say the weakness Claymore has is how repetitive it is. Oh my goodness. It really is repetitive. That is the only terrible thing I can say about it, honestly. And if you wonder how I'm able to use spells and weapon arts continuously, that is because I'm using Sheet Engine. But this is some old gameplay footage, honestly. But, wow, I'm actually glad that I tried out the stream, because now I know the live chat is working. I've been waiting for someone to use the live chat, but I am very glad it's working, because I thought, streaming is going to be hard. I don't know how to do this. But, yeah, that is great. That's wonderful. Okay. Let me see. I hope this isn't too loud. I don't think it is, but who knows. But my goodness. But I have been thinking for a long time to read Berserk, but that's a whole nother. Truth be told, at this point, I sort of take my time with manga. I used to sort of read through them fast, but now, I have. Oh, what'd you say? What is your mic set up and your voices? Oh, thank you. Yes, it is. I use a snowball mic that I paid, I think it was, $16 for? It wasn't much. But I have some good voice programs. But I'm glad it is working. Because, honestly, when I first started YouTube, I did not have, I still don't have much equipment, but I have it Oh, thank you. Thank you for that, because truth be told, I do at times, say some weird things like, oh, hail. Okay, I mean, not many people say hail. It's an old word. It means health. It's like hi. Okay, I mean, I had my reservations about saying things like that. And, oh, farewell. I mean, but I kept saying it. I thought, well, not many people are gonna. At the time, I didn't think many people would ever really watch the channel, so I thought I can sort of do that. I mean, practice speaking. I read a lot of old books, and I like to use different words. And so this is a great opportunity for that. I've thought, well, maybe it might confuse someone if I just say hail every podcast or every video. Because to tell you the truth, I really don't even know what the definition. Oh yes, thank ye, or thank thee. I mean, but I mean, I really like it, to be honest. I actually thought you always said hey all. Oh yeah. I mean, that is interesting. I could say that too. In a way, I mean, that makes sense. I'm sure there's some history behind that. I mean, when you think about words, I'm sure if you look in enough books you can find something similar. But I mean, I use a lot of dictionaries. If you don't know about, what is it called? Okay, a star dictionary. There's this Chinese man. He made a very good dictionary program. It is called a star dictionary. Now, you may need some type of tutorial to set it up, but oh goodness. This is like, if you type one word in, it draws from like 100 or so dictionaries, and you can sort of configure it. You can configure it how you want to. Okay. So you can sort of use this dictionary to, I mean, this is like one of the ultimate dictionaries. I did do a video about research and resources and things such as that, but to be honest, this dictionary is somewhat tricky to set up. Maybe one day I will do a video about it. You can find some online tutorials to learn how to use it, but I learn all types of words with this. I mean, this probably has 100 or so dictionaries in it. And there's another free program too. There's the Golden Dictionary. I use these all the time. Regardless of which book I read, I just sort of I use dictionary programs because they are very good offline resources. I do not like Wikipedia. I mean, some people rely on Wikipedia. It's too slow for me. And I don't get all of the information I want to get. You sort of have to be careful with this because it can slow down if you get the words to load in all at once. But, I mean, if you take your time, it's pretty fast. But this is excellent. So, I mean, you can keep that in mind if you want a good offline dictionary. Star Dictionary and Golden Dictionary. They are really great. Oh yes. But I mean, because to be honest, when I first got started, I didn't really know how any of it would go. I really have not had much feedback in regard to how any of these podcasts have been. So I'm glad that someone likes them. To be honest, that is, that is always a good thing to hear. But I mean, this subject was a bit. I mean, the subject of this stream was a bit weird. I was talking about a particular person who left me about 9 comments. He didn't like my opinions about a particular group called the Passport Bros. Which I have no problem with them, but personally, I think, I mean, it's a good relationship for all involved. It's a good relationship for the women, for the Filipino women, the Thai women, or whoever else, and the men. But in a sense, every relationship has some type of mutual benefit. Okay, people don't get with other people for no reason. I mean, obviously, there's a financial benefit involved, and I just think people should admit it. But I mean, that's a whole nother thing. There was, there's been so much fighting about this stuff. I don't know if you've heard about the gender war. I try not to get involved. It is too contentious for me. In kindergarten, it used to be girls had cooties. Don't touch girls, that sort of thing. The boys and girls. And, elementary school used to sort of think that they were, think that each other were weird. And, it was all that sort of thing. And I think as adults, we sort of grow out of that, but I don't know. I mean, the gender war stuff is crazy to me. I mean, I know some people are very interested in the whole MGTOW sort of red pill stuff, and that's great. But for me, I don't know. I mean, I sort of learn more from books rather than people. On the internet, on certain podcasts. Not to say that I don't do podcasts, because I do. But, oh yes. It gets crazy. It's almost like, and I don't know if you understand this, if you sort of know about this whole struggle between black men and black women. It's basically men and women of all sorts. Men and women for some reason are just fighting like cats and dogs for some reason. It's like, oh, well, the women aren't submissive enough. Some men like a submissive woman. Myself, I kind of like a girl with some spice, so to speak. But I mean, people like different things. Oh yes. I mean, if you worry about all of these things, they will just stress you out all the time. The news is crazy now. The economy here in the United States is not, it's pretty crazy. I think the economy everywhere is pretty crazy. And it's just, for the most part, for me, at least what I try to do in my podcast, I try to teach people different things that I sort of research or learn about. But some of these podcasts where they sort of they say, oh well, it's all about men and women and sort of dating. Oh well, you have to be a high value man, you have to be an alpha wolf. You can't be a beta, but you definitely want to be a sigma. Or if you're a sigma, that's far better than the beta. Than an alpha. Because it used to be everyone wanted to be a beta. And then it became, everyone started to hear about the Sigma wolf. Everyone was like, you know what? I want to be a Sigma wolf. The Sigma wolf, that is the true. That's like the lone wolf. That's who I want to be. And people would get really, I don't know. It's like people sort of got obsessed with those ideas. I don't know. It was kind of weird. And ever since, it's like those discussions sort of they expanded and they sort of developed and they sort of evolved into something that is unrecognizable. It used to be something that people used to talk about and just laugh about, and eventually what got scary, it got serious. That's what changed. These were just ideas that we used to talk about, and suddenly it becomes, oh, if you're not a high value man, if you're not like Andrew Tate or something like this, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. I think people in Andrew Tate's position are like 1% of the world. Okay, we're not going to be here that long on this earth. To me, it's just, I don't know. Better things to worry about, maybe. But oh yes. But this person who came into my comment section, I didn't have a problem with it. I gave hearts to all of his comments, but he was bringing up all that stuff. It just got me tired. I was like, oh my goodness, he's bringing up the girl in the Cheesecake Factory, and I'm thinking, for me personally, I thought that was terrible. She sort of buried herself when she took the video of him. She didn't need to take the video, but she went to the Cheesecake Factory. She said, oh, I'm too good for the Cheesecake Factory. And I'm thinking, that story came out, and she sort of embarrassed herself, but now people are saying, oh, it sort of inflames this whole war between men and women. And in my opinion, there have always been princesses and stuck-up women. Okay, there have always been those types of women. And some men say, well, the pussy's worth it. Okay, if I have to basically, spend my whole paycheck on her, I want that pussy that bad that I will do it. And some men say it's not worth it. And that's what he decided to do. He decided, you know what, she's not worth it. And you know, that's just life. I mean, but in some cases, I mean, and sorry to use any language that may be, I know some people don't particularly like coarse language. I try not to use coarse language, really vulgar language, but sometimes I do. But I have to say, he brought up all of that stuff. It was just all of this male type of, you know, and I am an advocate for male health in a different way. I don't know if you've heard about Mike Salvini, male health exercises. Those things, I think, really help men physically. Prostate cancer is a big problem. And really, I mean, if you've ever heard about the 𝐩𝐞𝐫 exercises, please learn it. It will help your urinary function. I mean, you can do some research about that. There's another exercise called 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨. Plenty of different exercises. Really good for your male health. They'll probably help you more than any of the sort of advice from some of these red pill gurus. Okay? If you ever have the time, research a man called Mike Salvini. Also known as Double Long Daddy. And if you research him, you'll realize why he's called that. I'm not going to particularly go into details. It's quite fascinating, but it's a bit of a long story, and it might surprise you. Maybe a little too much, actually. But anyhow, basically, in regard to what I may be doing in the future, I have been thinking about basically playing Armored Core 6. But I'm sort of divided about this because I've played so many Armored Core games from FromSoft that, I mean, it has been about a year now since I've played an Armored Core game, but I've played them so much throughout the years, I feel kind of sick of them. And I know Armored Core 6 is supposed to be different, but I just have not, you know, I just have not picked it up yet. I just have not decided to play it yet, because I just, as much as I want to, in a way, I sort of still feel like, oh my goodness, I've played so many Armored Core games. I mean, that my enthusiasm is a bit tapered down for it, basically. And I do not know if you play any of the FromSoft games, but right now, the way I'm playing this game is a bit different. Basically, I'm using Cheat Engine. The game is supposed to be super hard, but what I never liked about this game was that the enemies can use as much magic as they want, but I cannot. In other words, it's almost as though I'm not really immersed in it. And I thought, if there's limitations on their magic, or if there's limitations on my magic, there should be limitations on their magic. And there isn't. And so I decided, well, if I cannot... Oh yes, Genshin Impact. I have heard about that. My nieces are very interested in it. Space RTS. Sounds very interesting. I mean, I'm pretty boring in regard to what I've played. Basically, I sort of stick to RPGs and some farm simulators. I like games like Song of Prairie. And there was a new one released too. For some reason, I kind of like simulator games, but I've never played The Sims. I like farm simulators though. Very interesting. But lately, I really have not had as much time as I would have liked, honestly. I have had some very interesting things happening as of late that has sort of cut down a lot of time I have. Oh yes, Harvest Moon story season. I've heard about Harvest Moon, but I never have played it. I've played some of the newer games, like, I don't know, let me show you. Let me see here. Yeah, I was talking about the Gonguru girls who, you know, they get tans. Japanese people tan really well. That was a very interesting subject. Let me see, Song of Prairie. This was an interesting one that I played. One day I do wish to play Harvest Moon. I really do. It sounds very interesting. I mean, I've seen it before, but I just have never played it. There are some newer farm simulators too. I think they are influenced by Harvest Moon, or one of those games. You know, because I know, I remember on the Nintendo there were at least a few farm simulators, which were very interesting. And I think ever since then there have just been games that sort of taken the idea and just sort of expanded upon it. But you know, I don't know, they are just relaxing, honestly. Let me see. Yeah, these are more pictures of how tan Japanese people can get. It is amazing. But you know, I mean, that's what happens when you don't use skin whitener. I mean, you got the natural. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, it can get really dark. Oh goodness. But anyhow, let me look up the other one that I was thinking about that I usually play. This particular account sort of saves my gameplay, but oh goodness, I brought this up. That is not what I'm supposed to bring up. Let me see, can I safely move this? Okay, I can safely move that. Further here. Okay, let me try to do this and go to the video. Fae Farm is what it is called. This is another fun one. Oh goodness, there's too much noise on the screen. Yeah, open world games are wonderful, personally. And I will tell you a very interesting thing. I did what was it called? I did a review of a game that I was disappointed in. Maybe you've heard about it. Baldur's Gate 3. And it wasn't open enough. Okay, I mean, it made me stressed because there were so... And if you see that weird video, that was about some woman who ate a deer carcass. I don't know what they were doing. I mean, who knows if that was real or not. Let me see. But, I mean, I'm sure you've heard about it. Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, I don't know, I was just disappointed in Baldur's Gate 3. To me, it was too small. Okay, it would have been nice if you had more places to go. It wasn't as though I didn't like Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, personally, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me see. This thing is so clear I can hardly... Okay, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, staged. You know, but... I mean, it's very interesting. But I love open world games. Yeah. They had wigs and people dissected, seeing others hidden. They were with the girls. Oh, okay. But yeah. I mean, personally, I don't know if you have heard about Baldur's Gate 3. Look creepy though. I heard it was indeed fake. Oh yeah. Because I had a feeling it was fake too. That looks so weird. I mean, to me, I saw that story, I was thinking, what is going on? Because the feeling I had was that it was fake. To be honest, I had a sense it was fake. Oh my goodness, it was crazy. But they didn't show the video. You see, we saw pictures, but we never saw the video. And ever since then, ever since I saw that story, I sort of thought, I mean, that's kind of weird that they have footage, but they have no video. They apparently took it from cams, but they only have still shots. And I thought, well, if this is real, surely they can show us these women and this. I mean, I think they said it was a man too over there, but I mean, personally, I think the stuff is probably fake, because the woman who happened to look, yeah, I mean, the woman who basically came out about the story, she looked like, she looked like the person who was, let me see, she looked like the person who was, she was kind of a, she looked kind of like, this woman, she has black hair. She looks a little like the woman who was out there. And it's almost as though maybe her and a sister or some family member went out there and did something. But that story is very sus. That story is very suspect. And, you know, it's so suspect, I think, that it probably is. They were saying that people were committing some type of ritual. But, you know, people do all sorts of crazy things. And you may have saw the story about the police officer who, I mean, that woman, I mean, a lot of people are talking about that police officer that tased the man. But personally, I think she was getting some type of sexual gratification off of it. I mean, I hate to say it. I mean, some people think I'm a bit weird the way I think. But personally, that small woman tasing that big man, oh goodness, it's the power that, you know, she had in that situation went to her head. And it's like she had a power high, a power fantasy, tasing that man. I mean, that woman was like, what, she at least had to be like 5-something, you know, and this man was like, it was almost, he was over 6 feet, I think. But she was just tasing him and just, oh goodness. I mean, he, you know, he sort of, you know, he was allowing her to arrest him, but that's a crazy story. It's really something. But my goodness, the news is crazy. It really is. But I will tell you, if you play Baldur's Gate 3, or if you are planning to play Baldur's Gate 3, which, let me say that Baldur's Gate, you know, I mean, it really is an old game. Larian made it. It's supposed to be based on Dungeons and Dragons, which I like Dungeons and Dragons. I like the books. You know, I've never really played the sort of dice and tabletop games, but I have read some of the books that have to do with the series, like the Dark Sun books. Very interesting. But my goodness, Baldur's Gate 3, it was like the greatest. It wasn't the greatest, because personally, I think Dragon Age Origins. If you have ever played Dragon Age Origins, oh yeah. But let me tell you something about it. You said you like open world games. This game, let me put it this way. It ends too quick. They have plenty of side quests. It's like you go into small areas. Imagine you have a video game where you go to small areas, but the areas are so small that you sort of wonder, wait, I mean, am I really finished with this area? And then you have to go back and play the game again. And basically, you know, you have to backtrack, and you have to backtrack in kind of a bad way, because you really do not have many areas in the game to begin with. Okay? And to me, it was just not a, I don't know. Oh goodness, the chat. Okay, I have to fix the chat. And I will do it very soon. I can see it now, but when it, one moment. This won't take too long. Okay. One second. Yeah, I have a lot of programs that I use to keep the chat in one place. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not work. I have to remember at times how to do this. Okay. Alright, let me see. I bring it over here, but yes. I mean, Baldur's Gate, if you really, really are into Dungeons and Dragons, I mean, you may like it, but I'll just put it this way. It's nothing like open world. And that, to me, if it only had a few more areas, if I could, for example, let me put it this way. It has 3 acts. And basically, in the last act, and I will try to fix this soon on the screens, in the last act you were stuck in Baldur's Gate. The problem is you cannot go outside of Baldur's Gate. The story is going to end in Baldur's Gate. You can only go to the sewers. There are plenty of people to talk to in Baldur's Gate, and plenty to do, but you're sort of stuck in the city environment. And I guess it's fun if you really like that sort of thing. If you like talking to people, Baldur's Gate 3 is a wonderful game. You know, Skyrim with mods is the best. Exactly. I played so much Skyrim with mods that, I mean, honestly, oh goodness, I played Skyrim with mods for years. And then after I played Skyrim, I played Fallout 4. I never played Fallout 3 though. Maybe one day I will. But oh yeah, in my opinion, still waiting on a game that scratches that kind of itch. Yes, and there hasn't been one. Elden Ring sort of had it. I mean, Elden Ring is a pretty big open world, but it's something you have to get used to. I'll put it that way. Sometimes Elden Ring makes me sick. Sometimes I love it. It's a love and hate relationship. It's really strange. But let me see. One moment. I'm gonna try to fix this chat so I can have it stay. Okay. Oh, it didn't work. Let me see. Sometimes I have to do it a few times. But yeah. I mean, personally, I think at this point I sort of think that Elden Ring is a lot like Skyrim because of how much you can travel, where you can go. I mean, it is a big open world. If you haven't played it, it is very exciting, except for the fact that, yes, it will be hard. If you want, you can sort of do things like I do and use Cheat Engine, or if you're playing it on console, you know, it's still pretty fun. I mean, there are ways to sort of get around how hard it is, but I mean, it definitely is a challenge. And at first, I remember when I first played Elden Ring, it was terrible. I thought, this game is awful. You know, it's slower than Bloodborne. Really, and I hate to say this, it's actually slower than Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 was faster. That's something a lot of people do not know. It has more magic in it, but it's not as fast. Which is interesting. Okay. I'm just trying to... One moment. This is... Sometimes I forget which keys to press. Oh no, not that. That's interesting. Okay. Let me see if it will stay now. Okay, it worked. I have a lot of programs to get the chat to stay in one place, but basically, Elden Ring, I mean, there are plenty of mods for it too. I mean, you can't do as much with it as you would with Skyrim, but you can do quite a lot. I mean, for me, when I played Skyrim, I used to use the CBBE, and all of those body types. I mean, I don't know if you've used them. A lot of people think they're pretty crazy, but I mean, I used to do all types of crazy things with Skyrim. I mean, some people go to Lovers Lab and all types of... I mean, I don't touch those mods. I've heard about them. There used to be a channel on this platform, MXR. I don't know if MXR still talks about Skyrim, but he used to. I mean, I think he is talking about Starfield now, but he has been having so many problems with his channel because he would show some of the mods that were more risque, some of those, you know... I mean, he would go into all types of mods that were sort of adult mods, all types of mods, really. I mean, I don't really involve myself with that as much, you know, as I used to, but I used to basically experiment with all of the mods, really. But those mods were pretty crazy, I have to say. I mean, it got kind of carried away. I mean, you could sort of make your characters look like real people. And they even look better than most games now in regard to just how you can make your characters' faces. 4K, you could do 8K graphics, you could have the entire landscape in 4K or 8K. I don't really think there will ever be a game that is just customizable. Oh yeah, big into expanded spells, skills, leveling. Essentially my in-game character could summon... Oh yes, I used to do the same thing. And you could basically, if you knew how to do the enchantment ones in Skyrim, what you could do was basically eliminate any sort of mana cost. You could basically use your abilities and your spells, or not abilities, but the spells, without magicka cost. That was very interesting. I mean, that was sort of the big thing. Once you learned how to do that, I mean, you could basically beat anything. And I remember I had made the game so easy, I would try to use mods like Sands of Time, and I would combine Sands of Time, and that is basically this mod, and maybe you know about it, where you just walk around and enemies will just pop up, and the fights would get so crazy. Yeah, it was reduced. Oh yeah, you could get 100. Yeah, they reduced it by 80%. But it was crazy because you could get your magical regeneration. You could sort of have that applied with your sort of your spell cost. So I mean, there was so much you could do. But I remember it got so easy that I used to put a bunch of difficulty mods in the game, and I used to make it impossible. And in Skyrim, I mean, it used to look crazy. Yeah, download a full mod that adds the Overlord tomb of 𝐚𝐼R𝐼𝐶 into the game. It is insanely hard and challenging. Yes, because, you know, in a sense, that's the only way to keep it fun. You know, I mean, the mods really, I mean, the modders did. I mean, it's almost like they have made Skyrim into a new game, basically. And as you can see, that rock is just in the air from Anime Overlord. Oh, yes, I remember that one. That's the one with the skeleton guy, okay? That's your all-time favorite anime in light novel. And that is an interesting anime because it's sort of, isn't that the one where it seems like the person, is that the one where the person is in the real, it's like in like a fantasy like RPG, but he's a real person in the real world, or is that a different one? I don't know. I know I saw a person with a skeleton face or something. Okay, I have no idea. I mean, I remember something like that, but I can't quite. Let me see. I have Google. I might as well search it because I'm forgetting that I am operating more than one program. Overlord anime. There we go. Oh yes, I do remember this, I think. Okay. Let me move this down. Yeah, I think, yeah, I remember this one. I do remember. I watched a little bit of it. I think I read a little bit of the manga, but I haven't completed it. Because I took a break from reading it. Oh yeah. Yes indeed. I think, you know, one day I might get back to that. I've been watching a lot of another one. Let me see. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's called, let me see, 𝐻𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨 or something. Oh goodness, I'm messing up typing. Yeah, this one. This is pretty funny. I don't know if you're into, excuse me, comedy anime. Oh, this is funny. And this guy right here, this guy's the craziest guy. I mean, you know, basically, I think this is him. It's one of the boys who is just crazy. He's like a bad boy in school, and he's doing pranks. I mean, he's sort of getting off the, you know, I mean, it's a weird thing. I don't know. I mean, it's a really funny type of anime. I have not read the manga. I don't know if it has a manga, but very interesting. Attack on Titan. Yes, I have heard about it. That is a very interesting one. And that one has some very interesting cultural implications. I mean, I've seen it, but I've had the opportunity. One day I do want to watch it. For some reason, that anime reminds me of Dragon's Dogma for some reason. I don't know why. But a lot of anime remind me of Dragon's Dogma, especially Berserk. But then again, Dragon's Dogma was influenced by Berserk. Oh goodness. But the aesthetic seems really familiar to me. But I mean, what's interesting about Attack on Titan is that all throughout the world we have stories of giants. And that has always been something interesting to me. I mean, all over the world you have stories of giant men. I mean, who knows if people were fighting them? I mean, or if they even existed, but I mean, I know people get eaten in it or something. they have some type of weapon that they use to kill it. Some type of special sword that has some type of machine on it. I mean, I've seen a little bit of it. Very interesting. Oh goodness. I mean, quite. I mean, I remember seeing one of the swords before. I thought that was. I mean, what type of device is this? It's. I mean, apparently it's some type of super sharp sword. I mean, yes, this one. Very. I mean, I always thought they looked very interesting. I really did. And I'm sure, I mean, there are people making real ones too, if they can. But I mean, I think the one in the anime is supposed to have some type of special property where it's supposed to be very sharp, apparently. But, you know, for some reason I sort of, I mean, I didn't always used to really read the manga before I watched the anime, but now I'm sort of like that. So maybe one day I will read the manga, because sometimes I sort of get into excuse me, I have to clear my throat a bit. But sometimes I sort of cannot decide if I want to read a manga first or watch the anime to that manga. But who knows? I mean, I've been so busy lately, but there are, I don't know if you've heard about this, but there are giant skeletons, or there's, you know, some people talk about it. There's a particular institute called the Smithsonian Institute, and it seems like anytime anyone finds one of these skeletons, that are apparently supposed to be huge, of like giants or whatever. I mean, some of this stuff is fake, but I mean, there are sort of, you know, I don't know. I mean, there are some skeletons that are pretty big. Very interesting. But who knows? I mean, I'm sort of the opinion that you have all of these cultures and peoples and civilizations talking about giants and titans and different superhuman people, that it makes me wonder if there is any real truth to it. I think, you know, I mean, I think there is. But, I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, it was very interesting that, this manga, it kind of reminds me of Claymore, in a sense. But I think Claymore is somewhat more, I mean, I think the design is a bit more varied, but eventually when you start reading enough into Claymore, some of the monsters start to sort of become very similar, but I mean, it gets crazy in that particular manga, I have to say. At some point, I remember when I was reading that, I mean, when you get farther enough into it, you start to not really understand what is going on. Everything is just crazy. And I mean, I think, it's just, I don't know. I mean, maybe that is something common that happens in a lot of, you know, action-oriented manga, but, you know, I remember in the later chapters, I couldn't really, process what was going on. It was just all too crazy. It was just, I mean, you had one big monster, you know, that would, I mean, you just had just giant monsters everywhere. It was just, oh my goodness. You know, the story just sort of became somewhat incoherent, difficult to follow. I mean, it was just, everything was just, you know, very interesting. But maybe Attack on Titan, maybe it will be more story. Maybe the story will be more focused. Maybe. But I tell you, I have been using and finding out a lot of stuff from a few particular sites. I mean, let me think. I mean, did you know you can get some copyrighted books for free of charge if you know where to look? Let me see. I mean, you have, and of course I'm going to do a research video about this, but you can probably find really any ebook whatsoever. Oh yeah, the story's great. Alright, that's good to know. Because, you know, at this point, I mean, I've been looking for something to take a break off Claymore with, and, you know, maybe I should read that eventually. Because at this point, if I see one more, and I already know that I'm almost at an end of people saying, oh, pay the man in black, you know, or, oh, who do I pay? Pay the man in black. And I'm thinking, oh goodness, not this again. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just when you're reading that over and over again, I mean, oh goodness, it just shows you how repetitive that writing is. Like, the man in black is who you have to pay. And I'm thinking, okay, you've told you've went to like 5 or 6 villages, and none of them know that they should pay the man in black. There's been 70 generations of Claymores. You folks have been coming to these villages for who knows how many years. You've been coming here for years and years, and the townspeople still do not know they're supposed to pay a man in black. I wonder if I can find it just by Googling it. So many people... Oh goodness, I mistyped that one. Pay a man in black. Is that something... No, I can't find that. But I thought it would be such a common thing, because so many people would have had to have read about this in Claymore, that I would just think, all I have to do is Google it. I mean, it's almost like, I don't know, obviously, pay the man in black. If you didn't know before, pay the man in black. Of course. I mean, that just, I cannot tell you how annoying that became. You had another man, I don't know if you've read this far into Claymore, the Falcon Sword. Okay, they put the sword in Claymore as the only magical sword. Everybody else has a regular old boring sword in Claymore. There's this man in Claymore, he can turn his sword into a whip. He can cut you just by you know, flashing it. All he has to do is wave this falcon sword, and the wind, the power of the sword just will cut you. He doesn't even have to touch you. Okay, this sword can turn into a whip like Ivy Valentine. Okay, but the problem is that this guy with the only magic sword in Claymore dies in one hit. You don't even get to see Teresa hit him. She just, I mean, it's just like, she doesn't even touch him. He's just dead. And I'm thinking, are you joking? I mean, this man literally came out in a fight with an Ivy Valentine sword, and it's just like 1 second. Yeah, the bandit leader is dead. And I'm thinking, are you joking? And I said, this writing. Oh my goodness, this is... I mean, I can't tell you how awful that was. This man literally came into the manga with a literally D&D magic item. Okay, he had a D&D magic item, the only magic sword in Claymore. Well, I mean, he didn't get to use it that long because, I mean, it's like Teresa did not even have to touch him. It's like, you don't even get to see her move. It's just like, oh goodness, it's crazy. I mean, to me, that was just a wasted opportunity. I'm thinking, you could have made this fight so much better. Maybe Teresa could have took the sword. Maybe she could have, I mean, this is why I say it's like writing, you know, and I will say something, you know, D&D, as old as it is, as corny as it is, a lot of D&D books, and even a lot of those pen and paper guides have some fairly good writing, alright? And they learn from some of the best. They learn from people like H.P. Lovecraft, you know, they learn from people like, oh yeah, right, okay. But, oh, I don't want to keep you up, but thank you for coming. But I tell you, the people who write D&D, they learn from the best. They learn from people like H.P. Lovecraft, Pulp Fiction magazines. And, I mean, as crazy as H.P. Lovecraft looked, I mean, he always looked scared. I've never seen one particular photo of H.P. Lovecraft where he didn't look like he saw something terrifying. He's just absolutely terrified. But, I mean, he was a very good writer. And a lot of the D&D writers were influenced by him, Robert E. Howard, and Clark Ashton Smith. And so that is why when you read some of these D&D books, they are very well written. I mean, because they also drew influence from Tolkien, you know, for elves and dwarves and other things like that, but they also drew influence from the Pulp Fiction magazines of the early 90s, I believe. And those were, oh my goodness, those were very well written. And another interesting thing about those is that essentially they were sort of the primary form of entertainment for a lot of people. Because back then, you know, people didn't watch as much TV as they do now, and so, you know, pulp fiction magazines were basically a book that you got, full of short stories. They were very entertaining stories. These stories were very well written. I mean, if you research the history of H.P. Lovecraft and his friends, they were some of the best writers in the world. I mean, or at least in the English language. I mean, they were very good at English. H.P. Lovecraft, as far as I know, did not receive a college education. I mean, he was a self-studied man. He was kind of weird, but, I mean, no one cannot say that he was, he was quite intelligent. I mean, no one can say that man was not intelligent. He was very, extremely good writer. And so, a lot of what you see in D&D is influenced by a lot of these pulp fiction magazines. But these particular pulp fiction magazines are not, I mean, the most popular, I would have to say, is Weird Tales. H.P. Lovecraft was well known to write in Weird Tales. But I have to recommend these. These are very interesting. They are a bit different than manga. I mean, and of course, they were pretty risque. They had romance ones for women and all types. I mean, there were different ones. There were ones about science fiction, swords and sorcery, knights and kingdoms, and all of that type of thing. Magic. Wow, they have a Lords of the Rings one here. I mean, that's 1979. But, I mean, there are ones from the 1930s. But I have to say, they had a heavy influence on comic book culture, by extension, manga, and just about everything having to do with science fiction, with fantasy, with swords and sorcery. Oh my goodness. You know, Weird Tales is what it is called. Was the most famous of those particular pulp fiction magazines. But I mean, their writing is still, I mean, even when you can compare it to today's writing, it still stands the test of time. Quite excellent. But I mean, these are, you know, oh goodness. Yeah, I died a few times in that footage, but I have to say, you don't have to pay anything for these. There's a very good website called archive.org. You can read as many pulp fiction magazines as you want. And they are quite, I mean, they are very unique, I will put it that way. Especially if you want to sort of, if you are planning to engage in some D&D game, you know, pen and paper or a D&D campaign, you know, reading these can sort of help you know some of the context of some of the lore behind a lot of things like mind flayers and so forth. Very interesting. But D&D is so big now that, to be honest, I think that, you know, in regard to Baldur's Gate, I just think many people like myself, I think a lot of people were satisfied by it, but as you said, I mean you prefer an open world game, and so do I. So a game like Baldur's Gate, as good as it is, I mean, the environments are very limited. Which, you know, it may be worth your money if you're very interested in D&D, or if you get it on sale. Oh yes. But right now I think probably the game that I am somewhat excited about, that I can think of, is Dragon's Dogma 2. And I do not know if you have ever played the first one, but there used to be a big, I don't know if you would call it a scandal, but when it first came out, for some reason a lot of people didn't really like it that much, but as time went on, Dragon's Dogma started to gain popularity, And when the PC version was released, it really started to gain a lot of popularity. Excuse me. In much the same way that Demon's Souls did. In which it gained popularity at a later date, but I remember one of the main reasons people did not like Dragon's Dogma was that there was too much talking. Basically, you had individuals, called pawns that would travel with your main player character. Now these pawns had a very curious characteristic. They would talk all the time. They literally would not shut up. And I guess it's comforting, if you're a person like me, you like hearing people talk. It's very, relaxing. But, they would just talk all the time. They had so many voice lines. If you saw wolves that you had to fight, these pawns or these people would run around and say, "Oh, there's wolves in the distance." They would just talk about everything. They would see something on the ground, they would pick it up. A lot of people did not like it. They just thought this was so annoying. Who would play a game like this? They thought the game was really weird. A lot of people used to think that, but now, surprisingly, that this game is now, people are looking forward to it. People are very excited about Dragon's Dogma 2. It is very interesting how opinions change after a time. And even, Forspoken, which many people did not like, I noticed that after a few months of it being out, what happened was you had a lot of people who were going back to it, playing the DLC, and saying, hey, this is a really fun game. And I think that happens a lot. Weirdly enough. I think for certain YouTubers, especially, hating on the game can get you a lot of views. And so, after a while, games like Dragon's Dogma and even Forspoken start to get popular. And so, of course, there won't be a Forspoken 2 because Square Enix said, oh, we're going to take that studio out of business. Luminous Productions or whatever it was called. But, Square Enix is doing a lot of weird things now because if you saw how Final Fantasy 16 went, its performance was not as good as many people had wanted it to be. And personally, I've not played the game myself, but I've seen all of the gameplay footage. I've watched other people play it, and I was so surprised because it seemed like Final Fantasy 16 was more of a movie than the game. And I know a lot of people say that, but in the truest possible sense. I was seeing quick-time actions. I was seeing whole battles that were dependent on quick-time actions. It was crazy. And I was thinking, wow, is this really a Final Fantasy game? Is this really an RPG? What is this? And I saw people playing the game, and I would just watch for hours. And I was thinking, wow, I really like the story. The story seems interesting, except when the little boy is killed. You had a man who was the Dragoon, or whoever, and he kills the little boy, but the little boy is Ultima, and he has some type of icon or, summon beast, or I don't know if you know much about Final Fantasy, but basically they summon these big monsters. It's very, very strange, but basically they killed a boy in Final Fantasy 16. I did not like that. I just thought, that's terrible. How can they kill the little boy? And I know a lot of people say, well, they should kill, nothing should be off limits. Everything should be mature in the video game. But to me, it just seems sort of, I don't know. I don't know how I would explain it. I sort of like that character. So when he died, I just sort of thought, that's kind of awful. I really, I really wanted to know more about that character in the game, but, sadly, that character that I was interested in died, and I just sort of, after I'd watched everyone else play it, I sort of realized that, there really wasn't much. I haven't played too much of Final Fantasy. I'm a huge fan of Metroid, though, one of my favorite series. And I have to say, Metroid is such a classic that I have not played, but it looks really cool. I mean, Metroid has always looked cool. I've always looked at people play it and just been amazed how, you know, this woman in a robot suit, you know, is able to. I think sometimes she rolls. Sometimes, I mean, she can do all types of things with that suit. She has a blaster. It's very interesting. And I have to say, Nintendo has made a lot of unique games that even now, when I think about originality, a lot of those old Nintendo type games, and I think Metroid is Nintendo. I think that's a Nintendo game. I'm not particularly sure. I know Zelda and Metroid, I believe, is a Nintendo game, but unfortunately, I have never had a Nintendo. Never have. I think I've had Game Boys and maybe a DS before. Played a few emulators, but I've never had one. And I always wanted one, but I never got around to getting one. I mean, basically, after I got my PS4, I just went to PC. I haven't bought, you know, PS5 yet, but, you know, I mean, it would be nice one day to actually play Nintendo games. Zelda, Metroid, all of those games, because I've heard so much about them and they look cool. I mean, they look really creative. And for me, it is kind of weird that Nintendo games are sort of a weird thing to me that I've never tried at all. I mean, the only Nintendo game I've probably played is Pokemon. That is probably it. I have played a few Sega games. But I think those were on emulator. Though I have played a few games on emulator, but I've never bought any Nintendo sort of product where it's a console like the Switch or anything bigger. But frankly, I've always thought that was very interesting. I know that you can get particular. Oh yeah, this is a rich story into Metroid. Her suit is bonded to her. It's super advanced. There's some really good music from the game too, and I think I've heard some of it, and it sounded really cool. But oh yeah, it seems great. It seems wonderful. When you compare a lot of these Nintendo games, even the artwork, to a lot of the newer games now, I mean, it was really creative. I don't even think that many of the games today are as creative as many of the old Nintendo games that have been sort of been, you know, kept as a franchise. But personally, I think a lot of people are running out of ideas. You know, it's almost like everything has been done and tried, and not many people do platforming right now. You know, it's almost like platformers are. Can I give a song recommendation? Oh, sure, of course. Of course, please do. Okay, sure, absolutely. Yes. Let's see. I will look it up. Alright. Yeah, when you give it, I'll search it up. Because I have heard about Metroid music, but I never really listened to it that much. I think, Lower Brinstar, okay. Lower Brinstar. Alright, Lower Brinstar. Alright. Let's see, Lower Brinstar, Samuel. I think that's Samus Returns. There we go. Let me hear this. Right. I think this is it. Oh, let me cut this off. Here we go. Oh, that sounds good. Wow. Oh, yeah, that's wonderful. Oh, that's a really good sound. Yeah. Oh, wow, that's nice. Very nice. I really like that. But game music is some of it's always been some of my favorite music. Oh yes. But that's on the 3DS. Sometimes I emulate 3DS. So I could technically play this on my computer. Very interesting. Oh yeah. One moment, I have to clear my throat. Alright. But that is very relaxing. Wow. Oh yeah. So let me see, that's about 5 minutes. That sounds really good. I wonder, I know you, have you played any Armored Core games? I just want to ask. I know a lot of people, have not. They have always had really good music, but the scandal that I have found is that, weirdly enough, the new Armored Core, the music is not that good. The Metroid Prime trilogy is probably my favorite, and you can play it on free on PC with a Dolphin emulator. Oh yes, I love the Dolphin emulator. I have played some games with that. The song repeats from here, so you can't stop it. Yeah, but oh yes, the Dolphin emulator. I remember but I've played a few games with the Dolphin emulator. It's a good emulator. Oh yeah, but some of the music in that game, it was pretty crazy. And I'll just tell you, there was a man that they had working for them. I still think they have working for them. His name is Kodo Hoshino, rather. Now this man, I mean, he sings too. But actually, I mean, I know you have to go to bed, but I might as well play some of Kodo Hoshino singing. It is something you will never forget. It is a precious thing. I mean, let me see. Which song should I mean, you can't understand anything he's saying. It's like an English. You know, they call it, I mean, it's kind of what they call, let me see. I mean, I could pick any of his songs. You won't understand it anyway. I mean, you can sort of make it out sometimes. Okay. I mean, he used to do rock, techno, all types of things. But the thing is, you could never understand what the man's saying. Okay. I mean, Armored Core basically went from techno to rock. I think it was some electronic music, but I mean, Armored Core 6. I listened to Armored Core 6's music. Terrible. Yeah, you haven't played Armored Core, but you've watched some vids. I mean, I'll put it this way. Armored Core is even harder than Dark Souls. I mean, that game is, I mean, I know you have a set amount of bullets. If you use everything, if you use all your missiles, all your bullets, you're pretty much a sitting duck. You're gonna get blown up. You have to move out of the way. You can't really block anything. So you're in this big robot. I mean, it used to go pretty fast, to be honest. Let me see if I can move this just a little bit. But oh goodness. Maybe I can bring up some of the gameplay from this particular one. But really, everyone's interested in the new Armored Core. Armored Core 6. It looks really good, but the music is not so good. I'll put it that way. I mean, the music's alright, but not as good as some of the more inventive stuff. I mean, you can't understand what he's saying. I mean, he's saying something, but you can't understand what he's saying at all. And this man went to... if you think that is something... I mean, he had this thing where he would use his voice as sort of an instrument. I mean, there's a whole rabbit hole that you could go into. You could go into a whole rabbit hole regarding like what sounds this man is using. I mean, I don't know. It's some weird stuff. It's like this one, for instance. It's, let me see. But he's always been good at these weird sounds. I don't even think they mean anything. Okay, I mean, honestly, I mean, if you've ever, very strange, I mean, that guy is a very interesting individual, I'll just put it that way. You can never make out what he's saying, but he is saying something. Oh, but I tell you, very, very, very interesting indeed. And I think I can find him. He has done concerts before. But I mean, apparently he has a lot of fans in Japan, in the United States too, but I mean, 𝐩𝐿 listens to 𝐷𝐿. That's funny. That's funny. I just have to play that.
What you listening to, son?
I don't think you like it.
Well, why not? I like this new generation of music.
I mean, that's crazy. Oh, that's funny. It's some of the craziest stuff you've ever listened to, really. But I mean, that's another interesting genre. I don't know how to explain his music. I just put it that way. Some people like it, some people don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of interesting. But there's so much good game music. There really is. I mean, those old games back then, they were, I mean, when you think about it, I mean, considering what they had at the time, they didn't really have much technology. But for some reason, the stuff sounded so good. I mean, and if you played any of the earlier Final Fantasy games, you know, that sounded really good too. But it was just, at the time, a lot of us didn't know how good it was. I mean, now I don't know how good the Nintendo games were because I never had a Nintendo. The first console I had was a PlayStation 1. And for whatever reason, I just never had gotten along to getting a Nintendo at all. But, you know, I mean, all of those games, especially from Japan, a lot of them had some very good soundtracks. But, what else was I thinking? And I guess another one that I could leave you with is shape memory alloys. I mean, this man, his skill at sort of implementing a techno and electronic sound was pretty amazing at the time. I mean, this is a good one. I just listened to a few seconds of it. Okay. But I mean, there was just a very interesting sound, but I don't know if you heard, but a game that I think you would like that is apparently coming out. I don't know if you had heard me say this, but Dragon's Dogma 2. It seems like this is, I mean, I remember the first Dragon's Dogma. It was an open world game too. This one,
looks of it, she's gonna have some fans
let me see.
in the Dragon's Dogma community. Yeah, that's
it
what
might.
I'm about to say. She's gonna have a lot of patrons. That's for sure.
It should be open world because the first one was open world. So this might be an exciting open world game. Oh, I turned the sound off. But anyhow, let me see. I was looking for a video with the gameplay because I know they've shown some of it. But if you haven't seen, this was the first one, and basically, I know the second one, they've released some type of trailer or something like that. But I have to say, if you like open world games, I don't even know which one this is. It's been a long time since I've looked for new games, especially open world games. I've sort of been stuck in Elden Ring for a while now, such that I haven't really touched anything else. But as you can see, it's pretty crazy. I mean, you get to use magic. I mean, it's a pretty good open world. It was huge from what I remember. But this, I think when it releases, it's going to be pretty good. Another thing, of course, you've probably already heard of Black Desert. I think most people have heard of Black Desert. But the only thing I don't like about Black Desert as an MMORPG is that it's, of course I've heard people play it without paying any money, but you just have to invest a lot of time in it. Apparently they have made it easier to play this game, but this is a very good and interesting open world game. And there's another one I'm looking forward to too, I think. I mean, you can do all types of things with the character customization with it. But, I mean, I remember I played it for a while, but at some point it was just a little too much of a grind for me, and it wasn't sort of, I wasn't willing to invest too much time into it. But very interesting. If you haven't tried it, Black Desert is pretty good as an open world game. It even has a decent story, I would say. The characters actually talk to you. There are a lot of characters in it. Pretty amazing. And I think there was one more that I was thinking of. I can't remember it though. I can't remember it. There was one more game that I was somewhat excited about. But for some reason, it eludes me. For some reason. But anyhow, basically the one I'm looking forward to is just Dragon's Dogma, basically, because this game did dragons and swords and spells in a very interesting way. I think the character customization was pretty good too. They probably will be releasing it for all platforms. I'm pretty sure they will not do a sort of Sony exclusive, because they didn't do it for the first one. Unless, of course, they need some type of support because the first one didn't sell enough. But I think it will probably be released for all platforms. But I mean, about Sony exclusives, I don't think one has come out that I have really wanted since Bloodborne. So for now, I sort of stick to PC because I haven't really seen anything that I really liked that wasn't on PC. But I mean, when I think about it, at times I do wonder if it might be worth one day investing in a PlayStation 5. But I mean, I have to say, from the graphics that I see so far, they look decent, I would say. And probably not too intensive. But yes, I am looking forward to to a few open world games, and nobody knows what is happening to Dragon Age. I mean, people are excited about Dragon Age, and the interesting thing is that, I mean, people have been talking about Dragon Age for years, and they have some die-hard loyal fans who they still talk about it, even though they don't really release much information about it. But who knows? I mean, personally, before I started playing Dark Souls and other games, even Skyrim, probably one of the first games I had played on, or at least first big RPGs I had played on PS3. was Dragon Age. Eventually, I had played Inquisition on, let me see, I played Inquisition on PC, but, I mean, I have to say, for some reason, there's something about Dragon Age games, and it is, the company BioWare has an interesting history, because they were the original people who made Baldur's Gate, but, you know, personally, I think Dragon Age makes better games than Larian, who have currently taken on the creation of new Baldur's Gate games, but I don't know if you have played Dragon Age, but I would say all three of those games, they were very fun, and they were all very interesting. You know, extremely ahead of their time for the most part. But anyhow, I just wanted to test out the streaming thing. I think I will be doing it more often, to be entirely honest. This worked out better than I thought, because you helped me a lot by using the chat, because at the time, oh yeah, did you ever play Champions of Noraf? Oh yes! I played Champions Return to Arms, and I played some of Champions of Noraf on the emulator. Co-op simulator, very similar to Diablo, and you could play locally with a friend, and that was really good, because I remember I had played Champions Return to Arms, which was like Champions of Noraf. Unfortunately, I didn't have the PS2 copy of Champions of Noraf, but I did play some of Champions of Noraf on a PC. But I have to say, that was, I mean, they are exciting games. They were pretty exciting. I remember, for their time, they had very good graphics. And there was another game that was used in the same engine. I don't know if you know about it. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. I kind of made some Baldur's Gate 3 fans angry in one particular review of Baldur's Gate 3, where I said, hey, I was able to move more in Baldur's Gate 3. You know, it kind of worked like this. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, because you would just go to one environment to the next. And it was kind of like the Diablo and those games and Champions of Noraf. But this was EverQuest in regard to the story, right? And it is a shame that EverQuest, I believe this was EverQuest. I'm not particularly sure it had anything to do with EverQuest, but I think it did. And EverQuest was a really old game that never really sort of reached, I don't know what you would call it. It just sort of, you know, they never were able to make a new one. Oh yeah. It was, Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance was pretty hard when you cut it on higher difficulty. But if you had a co-op partner, it was a lot easier. But those games were sort of co-op, where you could just, and everybody remembers old EverQuest. And I think, for some reason, somehow EverQuest, these people who have made the same type of game for the longest time, I think they wanted to make a new type of EverQuest. But I don't think they ever really got it off the ground. But they did get to make, I think it was 2 games on the PS2, Champions of Noraf and Champions Return to Arms. I don't know what what plans the company has. I think maybe they're just satisfied with, you know, their online MMORPG, which, you know, I've seen people play it. I've never played it myself, but, you know, I think the lore is interesting. It's just dated. And I think if they made a new one with better graphics, I think more people would be very much interested in it. But I just think that they don't have the money or the resources to do it. Who knows? Maybe one day. That sort of is a hope that I and some other people have, because I know some other people, for me it's kind of hard to go back to older games when I don't have as much time. It's almost, if I had more time in the day to do it, I would like to play some older games, but for some reason it's just, when you have limited time in the day, it's almost like, okay, I have very limited time to play a game. Should I play this, or should I just play some more some more of this farm simulator like Song of Prairie. But I remember let me see, Dark Alliance. That's the one. I felt it really a lacquer story, but the co-op was really fun. Oh yes, I remember that co-op. That co-op was amazing because what you could do, and of course I know that's a bad misspelling. What you could do was that you could basically go around and you could both have the controller. One person had a controller and the other person had a controller. You could even play it that way. And you know, those games, there are not very many of them left, unfortunately. That was a very unique experience. You know, it was very, you know, it worked very well. But unfortunately, it's you know, the day they make an Elder Scrolls game split screen co-op, can you imagine playing? Oh yes. And that would be amazing. I think the closest thing they have now is, was it Skyrim Online? I've seen people play with that, but there's so many problems with it. It's almost as though, you know, if it did work in a way where, no, not this. I'm not talking about Elder Scrolls Online. There's a program they have for Skyrim that lets you play online. Skyrim, I don't know what it's called. I know there's some type of mod that somehow people can do it. Yeah, the multiplayer type stuff, but I think the multiplayer stuff, it still has some problems. But, you know, it would be amazing if they made more games like that. You know, split screen games. Because they really are convenient. You know, and I remember for Baldur's Gate and for Champions of Norath, or, you know, Champions Return to Arms, I mean, it's just a unique experience sitting in the room with two controllers playing the same game. But, you know, I mean, that, you know, some things were better in the old days, personally. And it's almost as though it's an MMO, which isn't what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I have heard about, I mean, Elder Scrolls Online is not so, you know, yeah. Oh, Skyrim Together is what it's called, yeah. But, I mean, it is, I don't know. I mean, the thing about it is that, apparently, it's like, yeah, Skyrim Together has a ton of issues still, and I don't think it's compatible. On a control, let me see. It's this clear screen that I have. It works well, but let me see. The heart is getting in the way. Okay, let me take a look. I'm gonna have to redo this too. Okay, let me take a look here. Okay. Locally with a friend. I wonder why I can't see. Oh, I'm sorry. About this. I don't know why. If I take this out, very sorry about the inconvenience. This heart. Why is this heart in the way? Yeah, on a console with a friend. Yes, I see it now. Sorry about that. Sometimes when I work that clear screen out, it's kind of weird. Alright? Which is, you know, I mean, that's the disadvantage of the system that I've worked up. Maybe I can get it to stick if I push the right buttons. Actually. One moment, I'm going to try this. Oh goodness. Oh wow. Okay, there we go. Let me see if this works. Alright, yes, it seems to work. Yes, it does work. Yeah, Skyrim Together has a, okay, yeah, console. But, that was one unique thing that, I mean, they did do a remake of, I think, 2 of those Snowblind Engine games. I don't know if you've heard, but it was the 2 Dark Alliance games. And you can get those on Steam, I believe. But they are a little bit different. I mean, I don't know if you can do everything sort of through controller on your PC, but I think that there was some way some people were able to create some type of connection between computers, like a peer-to-peer connection, but I don't know how that works. You know, it was really interesting, but some people have done some interesting things with it. With this particular game, but I think they did it with the emulated version. I don't know if they can do it with Steam. They probably can, somehow. But at least 2 of those games that were in that similar engine, you can get on Steam. But I mean, if you know where to look, you can get the repack. And I have to say, oftentimes I am guilty of using repacks on games that I just want to try out or just basically not pay for. I know it's terrible, but I do it sometimes. It's just when you go to the site, you better have a browser that has a lot of ad block so that you can... My Firefox is very good with this, but, you know, that's a site you can go to if you want repack games, basically. Yeah. I mean, if you want to, for example, test out a game and you think, you know, I could play it, but I may have to, you know, let's say you want to play it longer than you would for you to sort of do a refund, because they only let you play it for a certain amount of time before you have to refund it on Steam. And so the good thing about repack games is that you can go to repack games and essentially what you can do is you can play the game repack. And once you do that, if you like it, maybe you want to buy it, maybe you don't, maybe you just want to play the offline, you know, game. They can't do it with online games though. This is a very interesting site. There are a lot of sites like this. You know, some repacks are good if you know where to look. Some aren't. It's kind of a file sharing thing, a game preservation thing, because the sad thing is that I think game preservation, other than repacks and hard disks for the most part, and just saving, you know, your consoles and things like that, or just hoarding technology. I mean, game preservation is in pretty bad shape these days. You know, unless you can do something like that, which for repacks, what you can do is you can essentially save your game on a flash drive. You can take that to any gaming computer that you have, and basically play it and save that game for as long as you have that flash drive, as long as it works. And flash drives, if you know how to take good care of them, they last for, you know, years. And who knows how long a flash drive could last, but maybe in 10 or 20 years or so the technology will be different. Maybe it won't even take flash drives. Who knows, to be honest. But I have to say, very interesting. But I think there was another game too that was on that engine, and it was Brotherhood of Steel. It was a Fallout game that I had played on an emulator. It was very strange. It was like this, but it had guns, and I mean, a lot of people thought it was pretty bad, and I guess, you know, for its time, I thought it was okay. It was pretty difficult, but it was so frustrating I didn't win it, but I always thought it was pretty cool. This is it. But the weird thing is that both Champions games, both Dark Alliance games, and this are all built in the same engine. Eventually, some of these people who were making games with this engine got in legal trouble, and apparently everyone stopped using it. But you know, it was popular during its time. There were a lot of people using the Snowblind engine. I mean, you had old Interplay. They were trying to get Fallout, bring it to a new audience. I mean, that was an old PS2 game. It was very, I mean, it could have been better, but I don't know. I mean, Bethesda is doing so many different things with Fallout. I don't know if we will ever have a good Fallout ever again. I know that there is supposedly supposed to be a movie, a Fallout movie, and there is a particular YouTuber which is very good at, I mean, she talks about all types of Fallout stuff, and I would just recommend her to you if you're interested in Fallout content. She's talking about the new movie. I mean, she says some things about Starfield, but I mean, personally, I didn't really like Starfield that much. Starfield seems like it's, I mean, how can I say it? To me, the combat is just terrible. I'm not going to touch it. I mean, I've seen people play it, but I'm not going to touch it. I mean, I could, but, you know, a lot of Bethesda fans, I mean, they're kind of out of luck now. I mean, they're waiting for the new Elder Scrolls game, and there's no new Fallout game in sight. I mean, Fallout 76 pretty much ruined it for a lot of these people. And so, a lot of them are just looking forward to the movie or this show. This is supposed to be a Fallout show. Who knows if it will be that interesting? Really. I mean, I don't know. You know, if it's a waste of money, then, if it's a failure, I don't think that it's going to, I mean, I think that's going to make our prospect of getting a new Fallout game even worse, because if the show fails, if the show doesn't do well, and they're going to say, well, we could make a new Fallout game, but, you know, I mean, let's not do it. But, I mean, I don't know, because I like both. I like Elder Scrolls and I like Fallout, but I have to say that, at this point, I don't know what they're going to do with Fallout, to be honest. I really don't. I mean, but I have a feeling that, it may be a long time before we get another one, unless they're working on it and just not telling anybody. And they could be. You know, I didn't expect Dragon's Dogma 2, but, you know, it's being released. But I will say that, I was excited for Starfield, but I watched reviews, and gameplay was very disappointed. Glad I didn't buy. And I have to say, I think a lot of people feel that way. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people feel that way because people were saying, they said, you know, Starfield looks interesting, but why are there not aliens? Like, you know, aliens that you can talk to, aliens like even little green men. I mean, I think even Fallout, even one of the Fallout games had aliens. As far as I remember, Mothership Zeta, I mean, there was nothing like Mothership Zeta. I mean, there was nothing with aliens. I mean, this was in Fallout and they had aliens. But in Starfield, they don't even have aliens. And I thought, I mean, wait, this is supposed to be in space. But, you know, I mean, we even have aliens in, what is this? Is this Fallout 3? I guess it is. Yes, but I mean, this was something really cool in Fallout. I believe it's Fallout 3. And it was this DLC. I've never played it, but I always thought it was interesting because I basically would watch people play Fallout 3 because I started at Fallout 4. And so because of that, you know, I never really touched Fallout 3 because I just didn't have the opportunity to get it. And so, basically, you know, I remember there was an alien ship they had in this game, and aliens. And I'm thinking, alright, we're at Starfield. And apparently, there are aliens that you fight, like monsters, like creatures on different worlds, but you can't really involve yourself with aliens. I don't understand that. I think, that sort of lessens the appeal. And, I think it's supposed to be like No Man's Sky in a sense, but I don't know. I know after No Man's Sky had come out, it received pretty bad reviews, but all of a sudden they sort of made it better. And ever since then, it was sort of a genre that people really wanted to make. But I think I think Bethesda could do something more interesting, honestly. That was that's a lot of creativity. To think of something like that, putting a samurai in a spaceship. That was amazing. And this is all on an alien ship. Just look at this motley cast of characters. All of that creativity, even for Fallout 3. And Fallout 3, it aged badly, but for its time, it was pretty good. When you consider what games were released back then. But, I don't know. A lot of companies are failing. To be honest. When I looked at some of the reviews that, Final Fantasy 16 had, because people had said Square Enix, Forspoken is pretty bad, don't play that. And people said, oh, well, that's terrible, but Final Fantasy 16 is going to be so much better. And it turned out that people were saying, and I think the DLC is out now, because every time the DLC releases, people sort of change their opinions. But everyone's talking about the DLC now, but let me just put it this way. Final Fantasy 16 is a movie game. You will never find a movie game like this, and I think a lot of companies, they're not doing so very well. Square Enix is supposed to be one of the biggest Japanese game companies in the world, and I have to say, it's almost as though, they are not. It's like you fight this big, huge monster. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty scary, but it's a quick time event. It's one quick time event after the next, and for Bethesda, they would have did so much better if they decided, ever play Warframe? I have heard about Warframe. And it does look interesting. I don't play too many online games that much. Seems very interesting. I always thought it looked cool. But I do know, there's another guy who likes it, 𝐩𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐨, or whatever his name. He talks about how good it was. And I think I've seen a few videos of him playing it. I'm completely misspelling that name. But this guy, he likes that game. He likes Warframe. It seems pretty intricate. It really does. I know he has some videos about it, but he mostly does Elder Scrolls stuff too. He's doing Pokemon? Or is that his wife doing Pokemon? I don't know. But I have to say, there's been so much to play that, for the most part, I usually keep track of the companies like Bethesda and Square Enix, and FromSoft. No one knew FromSoft would become a big company. And it's weird. None of us knew that they would win awards. None of us knew that. We all thought, FromSoft, these hard games, no one wants to play those. But it seems like FromSoft is one of the only companies that's doing well. And it's weird. It's like, and I'll put it this way. If Elder Scrolls 6 or Fallout 5 were to come out, wait, did we have Elder Scrolls 6 or did we have Elder Scrolls 5? I'm not sure. I forget the numbers. So the next one coming out is Elder Scrolls 6, but people are worried. He's saying why he's worried about Elder Scrolls 6. Oh, goodness. But I don't know. Games take so long to make now. Which is, I remember when, games used to take, in some cases you would get like a game for a franchise maybe even every year back in the old days, like PS1. Armored Core, they released so many Armored Core games. It was ridiculous. They released like 15 or so Armored Core games. But nowadays it's like companies take, and of course there's a lot of technical things that they do, voice acting and graphics and all of that. Everything takes longer, but we have been waiting a long time for Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5, which at this point I think if this movie does good, if the Fallout, or rather not movie but Prime Video, they're doing with Amazon, if Fallout 5 does good, I think maybe there will be a better chance of us actually getting one eventually. If it does bad, who knows what's going to happen. I'll be honest. I have no idea, because I know they're going to be spending a lot of money on that show. And I don't know if you remember what happened to Hironobu Sakaguchi. He used to work on Final Fantasy, but eventually he worked on a movie called Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. And when he worked on that movie, let me tell you, oh my goodness, once that thing came out and it didn't do good, oh goodness, I think he was, I don't know if he was the CEO of the company or the producer of Final Fantasy. He was big in that company. Yeah, they fired him. It was terrible. But let me tell you, this movie looks so good for its time. This movie released in 2001. It looks so good for its time. But, because you have to remember, Squaresoft at that time was a game company. It had not merged with Square Enix. They had plenty of money. They had that 90s money. As a lot of people like to say, that's the old joke. They had that 90s money. They were filthy rich. Squaresoft was at its richest, wealthiest point back then. They were releasing banger after banger. People were crazy about games like Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII, and Final Fantasy IX. It was ridiculous. People were, they had cult followings for those games. I wonder where my screen went. But I tell you, there were cult followings for those games. That was, but once that movie released, once they went to, that production, oh my goodness, who knows what happened, but basically, oh, there we go. I have so many tabs open. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for listening. Oh, okay. That's, I'm glad I could help you. But anyhow, Final Fantasy Spirits Within, it really showed us what could happen when a game company started to make a big movie production. And what happened is that it ended up failing. I cannot tell you how much money these people spent making Final Fantasy Spirits Within. I can't. It's huge. The budget they had for this was huge. Back then, CGI and this type of movie was a big thing. People had never seen graphics like this. But for whatever reason, people had problems with the story. People they did not really want to. To them, it just wasn't that good for some reason. And the audience just felt, this movie, you're better at making games, Squaresoft, and this movie's just terrible. And this was a big thing because basically, Square Enix put a lot of money on this movie. Their hopes for the future were riding on this movie. And sure, Square Enix, as a company now, because they had to merge with Enix, they had to consolidate some of that financial power after a big loss from this movie. I'm pretty sure that this was before Final Fantasy X had been released on the PS2. And back in those days, this was a big deal, but it ended up failing, and ever since that failed, Final Fantasy has never been the same. But not only that, one of the people who basically was the creators, I believe his name is Hironobu Sakaguchi. That man, he had to leave the company. They just decided, you know what, this is mostly your fault, and, you know, you have to go. And that's exactly what they did. He was fired, or, you know, somehow they replaced him. Hironobu Sakaguchi talks about it to this day. And it is one of those infamous things that, you know, when some people like myself, when we think about sort of games going into movies and TV shows, we sort of think about that. Of course, eventually, Square Enix would be able to make a Final Fantasy VII movie called 𝐸𝐿 Children, which, you know, everybody liked Final Fantasy VII in the first place. You know, they could have probably had more success if they did that, instead of creating a whole different movie called Final Fantasy The Spirits Within. But they had made a big mistake in the beginning, and unfortunately, that failure really did cost a lot of people their jobs. But I have to say, back in those days, it was the big three. In the 90s, there were 3 games that, you know, I remember, and I'm sure I was not the only one. You know, back then, if my game disc broke, if I even had 1 game disc, because when you bought Final Fantasy VII, you had 3 game discs because the game was that long. If you bought Final Fantasy VIII, it was the same way, except you had 4 discs. Those were long games. And it was a lot of talking. It was a very long story. The story was not the best, but it was very long. It was very intricate. And, you know, there are a lot of things that I think back on and I just think, you know, how was that story so long and done as well as it was? When I compare it to most things today, you know, hardly anything holds a candle to it. You know, truth be told, which is very surprising and also very disheartening because it indicates that, you know, the storytelling in games has sort of went down. But, you know, maybe we'll get something better. Who knows? You know, it depends on who the writers are and what the producers are willing to accept. But I have to say, all of those 3 games, even on a computer without a graphics card, you can play all 3, Final Fantasy VII, 8, and 9, without any sort of, what would it be called? Yeah, you can play it on a regular computer, so long as it is sort of up to date, without any problem. And those games, I think, you know, if you had to play one game once, I would play all 3 of those at least one time. Those people went into all types of weird subjects: psychology, philosophy, religion. I mean, they put all types of, you know, different symbolism in it. And what you see from Final Fantasy now is them trying to capture, you know, what was originally made to be Final Fantasy. But it never has been Final Fantasy since. It hasn't been Final Fantasy since Final Fantasy VII, you know, 8, 9, and even 10. You know, 10 was pretty good, but 10 was not as good as the previous ones. Of course, I still get sore about Final Fantasy 9. The only thing I do not like about Final Fantasy 9 is that you have to lose to a female character. And, you know, you can't, I mean, in one battle, she's always going to win that particular fight, and there's nothing you can do to win the fight. And to me, that always sort of made me annoyed. I sort of thought, I'm going to have to lose a fight to her again if I play this game again. And that sort of kept me from playing Final Fantasy 9 that many times. But other than that, it was quite a very heartwarming story, very exciting, very interesting, and it surpasses even game storylines today. Back then, it was crazy. I mean, there were some really good stories that you would just play on the PS1 or any of those game consoles. And the weird thing is that there hasn't been very much better, weirdly enough, which is, you know, I mean, hopefully, you know, if there is a Fallout 5, hopefully it will be, you know, better than Fallout 76, you know, hopefully. And if there is a Fallout, if there is an Elder Scrolls, hopefully that will be, you know, more interesting than Elder Scrolls Online. A lot of people got angry at Elder Scrolls Online because they basically changed some of the lore, and you know, there are some particular details that some people didn't like, but I mean, you never can really capture the experience of a single player game in an MMORPG too much, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, it may be the biggest Elder Scrolls game we've played yet, I can say that, but the story does not, I mean, it seems like it's even worse than the main installments, which, you know, I don't know. I mean, personally, I think they need some new writers at Bethesda, and they need to sort of improve the gameplay a bit more. The gameplay has to become a bit better, because I saw the gameplay from Starfield, and the gameplay from Starfield basically looks like the gameplay from Fallout 4, and I sort of realized they didn't really change it that much. But my goodness, you know, I mean, who knows what could come out? I mean, maybe we'll be surprised. You know, there's no telling. But as I said, if I had to tell you one game to look forward to, I would say Dragon's Dogma 2 would be probably the most interesting. That is going to come out I don't know if it's coming out very soon, but, you know, they're probably well into finishing it by now, and eventually, you know, that's probably the closest open world single player RPG that we'll probably get, and it may even have multiplayer features. But anyhow, you know, this has been an interesting live stream, and I was glad that you participated in the chat because I wanted to see if it worked. But thank you. Okay, and I suppose I should say my normal valediction, so to speak, which is a word that means farewell, as well. Anyhow, may you be, goodness, I'm messing up. It's probably because this is the first stream that I've sort of properly done. I'm so used to doing videos. May you be blessed, and farewell.